she low down. It's just a room and I don't believe her. They say she needs to slow down. The baddest thing around town. She's nothing like a girl you've ever seen before. Nothing you can compare to your neighborhood. I'm trying to find the words to describe this girl without being disrespectful. The way that booty moving, I can't take no more. Had to stop what I'm doing so I can pull the clothes. I'm trying to find the words to describe this girl without being disrespectful. The way that booty moving, I can't take no more.
I'm taking it back to the old school. I'm taking it back to the old school. I'm taking it back to the old school. Major Laser.
On the floor.
Get your hands up. 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 On the floor.
Hey, folks, 5 more minutes. As Rusty just said, once we start, we can't get up and go. So I want to make sure everybody knows the hotel is not providing any lunch. So, I mean, unless you can sustain on a Pepsi and a Hershey bar, there's sandwiches 6-inch deli sandwiches outside on the left. It's $4. If you want a Coke, it's $1. But you got to go out there, sign up, get your ticket now, and pay it, because once it starts, they've got to go make them, and then we'll have them sitting out there waiting for you. See what I'm saying? There is no lunch break. The hotel's not bringing food. You know, we're on our own. Okay?
Okay, guys, we got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Let's go.
There are those who can live with the things they don't believe in. They are giving up their lives for something that is less than it can be. Some have longed for a home and a place of inspiration. Some will fill the emptiness inside by giving it all to the things that they believe. They believe. Maybe it's just a dream in me. Maybe it's just my style. Maybe it's just the freedom that I found. But given the possibility of living up to the dream in me, you know that I'll be reaching for higher ground. I will stand on my own. I will live up to this vision. I will trust in what I feel and follow my heart until it brings me home. Bring me home. Maybe it's just a dream in me. Maybe it's just my style. Maybe it's just the freedom that I found. Given the possibility of living up to the dream in me, you know that I'll be reaching for higher ground. Keep me through the night, lead me to the light, teach me the magic of wonder, give me the spirit.
Remembering what Art said, that you can never say enough good to people, right? And you can't base it on, well, am I kicking butt on a scoreboard, then I can send notes or encourage people or challenge them. No, you've got to do it right now. It's
Keep me through the night, lead me to the light, teach me the magic of wonder, give me the spirit to fly. Maybe it's just a dream in me, maybe it's just my style, maybe it's just the freedom that I found. Given the
Good morning, Primerica. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Wow. Well, good morning, Primerica. We are certainly excited about our show today. Here we are in the Bay Area. We're over in the Oakland side this morning with the great teams that we have here in the San Francisco, Oakland Bay Area for our very special Women in Primerica broadcast. This is the highlight of our broadcast year. We have 6 or 7 of the most talented, most unbelievable women Primerica leaders here to visit with you and share with you. This is just going to be an awesome, awesome, awesome event. I'm really excited about it. We had a great dinner last night. We've had a lot of fun and talking about the future of Primerica and the future of all of you and the excitement that we see going forward in the company. Last weekend, Judd and I were in actually Las Vegas, and a bunch of you were there also. We had a great event. In Las Vegas. I was just blown away by the participation that we had there. Chris Howard and his team there helped us put that on, and we had, I know there was north of 1,500 people there, and I'm sure that we're going to actually do that again next year. It was a fabulous event. Bobby Buisson and I and a bunch of the $1 Million earners, Neil Gerfine, and a bunch of the folks there put on this event. It was absolutely spectacular, and I think we're going to be able to do this again next year. Glenn Williams was there, had an amazing presentation. In fact, I told Glenn after the meeting that I thought it was the best presentation I'd ever heard him give in terms of his message. And so we got a lot of good things happening, in the company. We've got the La Costa trip coming up. I don't know how many of you out there are going to be going to La Costa, but I see a lot of hands out here in the audience. That's great. I know that's just down the road here from the Bay Area. It's not like you're going to be traveling a very long distance, but at least you'll be getting away from everything. But we've got just a great show planned for you today. Gosh, I don't even know where to start to talk about all the great leaders that we have in Primerica that are here today to help us with this particular program. But before we get started, we did have a little contest the first 6 months of the year. Judd, why don't you bring that up if you would? We have when we were at Highlands, North Carolina last summer with Art, we were very fortunate to have the original founders, the living original founders there in Highlands, North Carolina. And Judd took this photograph, and these are actually original signatures, so this is the real deal. This is not a facsimile. And we had a contest to give away 3 of these photographs. They are, 14 by 18, Judd, or something like that? So they're big, really neat, nice-looking photographs that you can frame. And we had 3 categories, first generation, and then I think second through third, okay, and then 4th through 6th, okay. So we had first generation, second through third, 4th through 6th. So we had 3. And so I want to announce those. Again, our top first generation RVP couple is doing such a fantastic job down in Tampa, Florida. They won this first photograph. Ed and Yvonne Ortiz are doing a fabulous job down there. Both of their boys are in the business, already promoted to RVP, just kicking butt, taking names, doing a great job. So congratulations to Ed and Yvonne. We'll send that out to them. Also, second through third generation, Brian and Amanda Heimbecker, again, a young couple doing an outstanding job, just really working hard. This is not somebody you hear about all the time. They're really charging right now, doing a great job. And this was all based on builder's premium. So Brian and Amanda will win the second through the third generation. And then finally, our number 1 RVP in the entire Crossland hierarchy is just doing an amazing job. They are, through 6th generation. David and Shanika Santos, just really just really doing an amazing job. You know, they're under David and Sophia Leung, and if you recall, David and Sophia for a long time were really the top folks in the hierarchy, and yet now David and Shanika have sort of transcended their upline and are kicking butt, you know, and taking names from everybody, including their upline. So, David and Sophia, if you're watching, that's just a little side note right there for you to think about. So congratulations to Andy Vaughn, Brian and Amanda, and David and Shanika Santos for winning those photographs. By the way, just as a side note, that quite possibly might be the only time you'll ever see that ever again. Quite possibly, okay? You know, we've lost two of our founders, Jenny Carter and Bob Turley, have passed away over the last 2 or 3 years. Not sure that, you know, Art will even do that event again. You know, just don't know that. So for those 3 people, that is an outstanding memento of what this great company is all about. And, you know, one of the things that I find, you know, so amazing is, you know, last weekend in Las Vegas, I love doing this presentation. We call it sort of a look-back presentation, where we go back, you know, this time we went back 47 years, and we told the story of the genesis of our business, of, you know, when Art started in the business in 1967, part-time football coach, you know, in Columbus, Georgia, and the whole story about him losing his dad and his mother having to suffer, and all of a sudden him finding term insurance and invest the difference, and the whole genesis of what, you know, what our business is all about. And every time I do that, Dawn Burton, every time I do that presentation, Carolyn, I am reminded of the destiny of this great company, that we are just so lucky to be here today, to be able to share with the world the good news, you know, and what I used to call the gospel according to Art. And, you know, I mean, I look back on that and I think of all of the times, I mean, literally in a heartbeat, Karen Dowers, we were out of business, where none of you would be sitting here today because of some generally ridiculous government something or other, you know, or something going on that, you know, wanted to put us out of business because they thought we were wrong. They thought we were doing things wrong. They thought we were doing things illegal. They wanted to believe that, okay? But I remember when Art wrote his last book called Coach. How many of you have had the chance to read the book Coach, okay? If you haven't had a chance to do that, you need to find that book and read it, because it really does tell the history of our business. But I remember talking to Art after I read the book. I told him, I said, there's 2 things, Art, that just strike me about the book. Okay, number 1 is, dadgummit, we were right. We were right. Everything we did, everything we said, everything we stood for, our crusade was right. And then number 2, that I had something to do with it. You know? So anyway, you know. So we're going to have a lot of fun today. You're going to hear from a lot of great speakers. Gosh, I'm so excited about the possibility of you guys really learning something today that changes your life and changes your career. You know, one of the things that's real important about these kind of events is that you just try to absorb. You know, we're going to throw a lot of information at you. You're going to hear a lot of things, and you just sort of have to sit back and try to absorb what these people are trying to say to you. And when Rusty Crossan was sitting out in an audience like this, the one thing that kept going through my mind is I wanted to get that one thing that sort of would just, you know, snap my button and click me on. I mean, just that one thing. So when that one thing hits you, you know, that's the thing you really want to write down, and that's the thing you really want to focus on. And I'm sure you're going to have a lot of that stuff, you know, going on today. But I'm really super excited to have the opportunity to have our speakers with us today. One of the things that's also, you know, sort of amazing is that we have the opportunity to change lives. And Dawn picked us up at the airport yesterday and was talking about a situation, you know, where she had just been involved in a situation where you know, a client of theirs, friends of theirs, and so on and so forth, you know, and you know, I'm not going to get into the story, but you know, the guy didn't feel well, blah, 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 blah. Anyway, ended up finding out he had cancer and this, that, and the other. And Dawn and I mean, had taken care of their family. They were friends. They had taken care of their family, you know, and, you know, and just changed the lives of those people. I mean, you know, just change the lives. Just because Dawn had the foresight and the fortitude to talk to them about what we do. And you can never miss that opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. I think that we all too often, if you don't have a passion and a crusade for what we do, you shouldn't be in this business. I mean, you should be out the door somewhere playing basketball or hockey, you know, or something like that. You ought to, you know, go ride your skateboard, whatever, you know. I see a lot of young guys up here front. That's why I said skateboard, okay. No, I'm serious about that. I mean, I think you really have to take, I mean, the one thing, I remember paying my first death claim. Folks, I was emotional about that. I was emotional about what I did for that family. And I think, you know, you have to realize that that's really what our business is all about. And it's great that we have great meetings. We can make a lot of money. We can have a lot of fun. We go on all these great trips, and we do all these great things. And you can provide a tremendous legacy for your family, just like Rusty Crossman is going to be able to provide for his. But at the end of the day, you've got to realize it's the clients that we serve is the purpose for why we're here. And never forget that. So I am so excited to really be able to introduce this first speaker to you this morning. Let me back up a second. You know, when I got started in the business in 1972, we were working for a company at that time called ITT Financial Services. There were no females that I knew of, Dawn, in the business. There certainly wasn't any in our office. And it wasn't until we moved to Waddell & Reed in 1994 that we first met up with Virginia Carter, who was, you know, the first woman really to ever be involved in our business. And I remember Art talking about, you know, he didn't think women would ever make it in financial services, okay? Big mistake, right? He was wrong about that. But so with Ginny there, and Ginny was such a professional and so good at what she did and everything, I mean, we began to recruit and build a lot of, you know, successful females. And now today, all across Primerica, some of the, I mean, $1 million earners, $100,000 earners, $500,000 earners, I mean, in every city and every little hamlet and little burg across, you know, the United States of America and Canada, we have great women that are making a difference in the lives of their communities and their families because of the Primerica experience, you know? And so when we have our panel discussion after our speakers, we're going to talk about, you know, women in Primerica and various other things. But this first speaker is so, I mean, all these women, you know, are dear to me, but this gal is by far, you know, so dear to me, and she and her husband are great, great leaders, and they are dedicated to their team. They have been leaders in our hierarchy, not just women leaders, but national sales director leaders for a long, long, long time. And I just admire them so much for their compassion, their dedication towards their team, and all the great things that they provide in terms of leadership, not only for our hierarchy, but across the company. So our first speaker today, I'm really excited about you having the opportunity to hear. Please help me welcome National Sales Director Dawn Burton. Love you, Dawn.
Too. Wow, what a great opportunity to be in front of you guys. What a awesome event. You know, we're so blessed to be part of Rusty's hierarchy. He was at the forefront of recognizing the importance of diversifying his hierarchy and including women, you know, right from the get-go. And I'm just going to say out loud, probably outside of Francis Averett, Rusty Crossland probably understands and appreciates women in Primerica more than anybody else in this company. Thank you, Rusty. And, you know, just really quick, I got to say, what a different company that we're in. You know, for Jody and, you know, Kara, for these women, Nicole, to come out here. They don't get paid for coming out here. They lose sleep. I think Nicole's missing a big event to be here. You guys are just my heroes. And they're going to share with you today, like you were on their team, an American business where people are competing all the time for everything that just doesn't happen. So thank you, ladies, for coming out here. And, Ray and Sue, thank you for, helping put the event together and coming together as a great team. And then last but not least, we have an awesome, great leadership team of up-and-coming, women and men in our hierarchy, and our RVP leaders and our $100,000 earners, Lynn, Carol, Eve. Oh, my gosh, how blessed are we, so thank you so much. All right, so I want to jump in, and, I like to say keep your arms and legs inside the ride at all times, because you guys are in for it today. So I'm going to begin, talk a little bit about women in Primerica. I'm going to start with some statistics here. One of the things that you should know is that right now is the time to bring people in our business. There's a focus, a whole group right now. It's called 2020, and it's about increasing the number of women on the board of directors of companies all across America. And their goal is to be at 20%. If you can imagine that. The goal across the country is for us to have board of directors, female members, at just 20%. So let me show you what's happening there. The reason why that's so important is if you think about the diversity, you have to have different perspectives. And if women are not represented on boards of directors, then that means that their companies are likely not taking into consideration the perspective of women. Would you agree with that? Shareholder, stakeholder representation. Corporate boards should be representative of not just the public that it serves, but also the employees, and then also, the customers and the leaders in that business. And if we look at the numbers, thank you so much, Jed, it gives you a competitive advantage in your business. You're better positioned to thrive in today's economy. And then think about the essential skills that women bring, senior women, their experience. And the board of directors of all these companies need that, right? Okay, so it's necessary. Go ahead. In 2013, only 16.6 corporate directors were women, yet women comprise half of the workforce in the United States, and women hold half of all management positions. So let's get this straight, everybody. So women do half of the work, they're half of the team, they're half of the management, but they're not even 20% represented as leaders in their company and their business, right? They're responsible. Women are responsible for 80% of all consumer spending. Did you know that? Yeah, right? I don't just mean us personally shopping, right? That means we're controlling the money at home. So we control 80% of the money. Women account for more than 10 million majority-owned, privately held firms in the United States. And yet we only have 16% of the leadership positions in a company on a board of directors. How crazy is that? But I got good news, right? We employ 13 million people, women do, and we generate $1.9 trillion in sales. Wow. I mean, are those big numbers? Okay? And yet, in 1996, now, so I want you to think about this. In 2013, this organization is trying to put together a 2020 cost. So by the year 2020, 20% of the women of companies will have, female representation on their board of directors. And yet in 1996, Primerica already recognized the need to improve the number of women in Primerica. In 1996, I was fortunate. I think there were about 12 of us at the time, and we met. We got together in Georgia, and what they said to us is right now we only recruit 20% of our sales force are women. Only 20% in 1996. Let me show you something that's really exciting today. The numbers are the numbers are the numbers. Today, 52% of all recruits in Primerica are women. Today, 48% of all new promotions are women. 50% of new life licenses are women. Okay? Go ahead, Jed. We have 3 women that are $1 million earners. We have $453,000 earners. And we have 1,344 regional vice presidents that are women. Is that amazing? So I suggest to you that Primerica has been way ahead of its time, this entire, history. And Rusty Crossan was at the forefront of that. So Primerica is all about helping you to be successful. But what's most important is what Rusty said, what we call the crusade. And I will tell you that there's a great show out right now on Frontline. And it's called Kids and Poverty. And one of the things that they talk about is poverty is a great equalizer. And I want you to think about this. When I grew up, people that were homeless were drug addicts. They were alcoholics. They were people that, just didn't have their act together, right? That's not true today. Today, people are homeless in an instant. I wonder if you give your presentation, if you really are, you've done it so many times, does it come out like you're just, you've memorized it, or do you think about the numbers? Because I'm going to show you some numbers right now that I'm hoping will dig inside your heart to prepare you to hear from the rest of these awesome speakers today. The first statistic that I want to show you is that 46 million Americans live below the poverty line. That means that that's a family of 4 that makes less than $24,000 a year. Can you imagine? I mean, think about that. 2,000 gross. Could you live on that? Out here, that's our PG&E, our water, and our, the sewer, right? You know what I'm saying? Scary. Go ahead. And if poverty is a great equalizer, then who gets hurt the most are our kids. I wanted to share this with you that's called Poor Kids. And they're interviewing children, and they're talking about the effect of poverty on them. These are people that made $6,000 a month and then lost their job. You know the statistic that you give out all the time where you say, most people live paycheck to paycheck? Well, that family that was making $6,000 a month that lost their job, now they don't have a place to live. They don't have a place to stay, right? They're living in poverty. And what happens is those kids right now, a lot of them, 21 million, receive free or low-cost school lunches, and nearly half of kids with a single mom live in poverty. Nearly half of kids with a single mom live in poverty. How scary is that? So how important is it what we do, you guys? How important is it for us to spread the word? They interviewed these kids. These are some of the things that children said. They said, I can't do sports. If they're in school, I can't do sports because we can't afford it. This is what they do for fun. One kid said, what we do on the weekend for fun is we go canning. And they go across town and they pick up cans. They pick up bottles and they go sell them. That's what they do for fun. Right? They don't have, backpacks and great things to go to school with. These kids are struggling. Go ahead, Judd. These numbers, guess what happens? When the moms get into a place, they can only afford short-term motel stays, and then they can only stay so many days, and then the motel says you have to move on. When the moms have to move on with their kids, this is what the kids are allowed to take with them, what a school bag would hold. That's what they can bring. That's the belongings that they can bring with them. So when you talk about your presentation, you guys, poverty is not that far away, is it? If we're paycheck to paycheck, poverty is not that far away. The distance between wealthy Americans and the middle class is just getting bigger and bigger, isn't it? And there's only one company I know of that's going to bridge that gap. And guess what? It's you guys sitting in this room right here. You guys are the ones. So if we're one unfortunate, go ahead, Judd, event away from living paycheck to paycheck, then the question is, what would have happened if a Primerica representative would have met that family first? What would have happened if that guy that lost a $6,000 job, what would have happened if he had an emergency fund? What would have happened if they would have had a second business opportunity? What if they would have had debt freedom already shown to them? What if they would have already had money set aside for retirement? Right? You guys can change people's lives every time you give the presentation. Go ahead, Judd. And then that opportunity, I want you to think about the financial needs analysis. Just keep going because I'm running out of time. Think about the fact that every time you do a presentation and you help a client, you're identified by your code number, because if poverty is a great equalizer, then guess what? Primerica is a great equalizer. See, Primerica is an equalizer. See, Primerica looks at my solution number. They don't go, oh man, that's that Dawn Burton again. You know, let's lose her applications. You know, she's a woman. She's out there in that crazy state, California. No, you know what? Primerica is a great equalizer. Primerica looks at your code number and pays you, and you get promoted based on what you do and paid based on what you do, not where you come from, not what your resume says, not what your education was, not what your family background is, not if your dad owned the company. Primerica pays you based on what you do. That's the equalizer. Primerica doesn't care if you came in here broke or you came in here wealthy. The plan B, the second income, right? Plan B, the second career. That's the secret to our success. For things to change, we got to change. What's got to happen now is it's time for women to stand up and make the most of our opportunity. And I'll tell you why, because right now what we're hearing out here is Google and Facebook and all these big companies have admitted that they don't have women representing their companies. So while they're admitting it, let's go out there and tell the world that Primerica's already doing it. We're already doing it. There's a company that's already included women, that's already paid women what they'll go earn, that's already promoted women. Judd, go ahead and hit me a couple things. It's time to focus on your business. Keep going. It's time to concentrate on where you're going instead of looking at where you've been. It's time to control your attitude with gratitude. When you get down, I know there's people struggling in here. I know you've had a hard time. Maybe some of you had to give up things to be here. You know, maybe your income's not where it needs to be. Maybe you're struggling financially. Maybe you've got health issues in your family. But let me tell you something. If you will take a minute and have gratitude, if you will be appreciative of the fact that you're still here and that you have such a support system and the great leaders in this room and Rusty and our amazing company, you know that you cannot be negative and grateful at the same time. I need you to be grateful every single day for what a blessing that we have ahead of us. Judd, it's time to work like there's no tomorrow. Go ahead. And women are tough, by the way, multitaskers. They always do more for others than they do for themselves. You know, men, you need to, go ahead, Judd. Men, you need to recruit more women, okay? All right? Go ahead. You know, one of the things that we struggle with as women is we want to have it all. I believe you can have it all. I think you need to be honest enough with yourself to know you may not be able to have it all at the same time. You're going to have to push and work your butt off for a period of time, and then you can, you know, enjoy it for a second, and then you got to get right back in here. You know, we're our whole hierarchy, our team, our base shop, my family, we're on our second wind in this business, and you haven't seen nothing yet. These women you're going to see today are not $100,000 earners. They're seven-figure. They're million-dollar earners and business owners in my mind, and that is absolutely going to happen. So what we got to do is you got to quit beating yourself up. Everybody in this room, you got to quit beating yourself up. And then we got to realize that we save lives. Rusty says this all the time. Art Williams says this. We save lives. We save lives each and every day. What you do is important. There's nobody else that's going to go out there and work for middle America like we are. There's nobody else that's going to bring a solution to the table no matter what their situation is. They can't scare us off. We save lives. But I'm going to challenge you to leave here today and do this for me, do this for Rusty, and do this for Primerica. Save your life first. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rusty.
Great message. Great message. Whew. Don Burton. Whoa. Wow. Wow. Well, that's not a bad way to start, is it? Way to go, Don. Awesome, awesome, awesome message. Awesome message. Our next speaker, also just a dynamic young woman, single mom. Just again, you know, when I look at the women that we have in our hierarchy, you know, the thing that just, I mean, you know, they're all smarter than us guys, right? So we know that. So that's a given. But you know, they got so much class, and they work their tails off, you know, to really not only build something for themselves, but their teams and their communities. And this next speaker is just the epitome of that kind of person. That and one of the things that's so interesting is that we all get down. We all have issues. We all have problems from time to time. If you got kids, you got problems. Okay, So anyway, but the one thing that I have always noticed about Carol is that she's always up. She's always pumped. Even when we've had to deal with issues in the hierarchy or whatever, she's just always been, just sort of on a high, and she's just always positive, always upbeat, and that's the kind of person that I want to be around. So our next speaker, just another great leader, Carol DeVita. Carol?
Okay? Hey. Hey, good morning, Primerica. Hey, I'm so excited about being here this morning and talking to all of you. It's great to see all your wonderful faces. I wanted to talk to you about, being a women business leader has just been a great treat for me, because that's all I ever wanted was a shot, right? A shot to be somebody, a shot to do what I wanted to do in a level playing field. And Primerica definitely is the place to do that. And Judd, if you can show the first slide. Besides Rusty Crossland, one of our founders, this man here has changed all of our lives. And he's talking about, I'm not telling you it's going to be easy, but I'm telling you it's going to be worth it. And he says, don't forget the things that blew your butt out of the water, right, when you first got here. And what blew my butt out of the water when I first got here is, are you kidding? I can really do, be, and have what I want to do, be, and have? To have flexibility and freedom, raise my daughter on my own terms, make the money that I want to make, regardless of what somebody else is willing to give me, set my own hours so I can change my schedule when she goes to school versus when she's out for the summer. You mean I can have everything that I always ever wanted to have through this vehicle called Primerica, through this business opportunity? Are you kidding me? Right? That's what I saw when I saw this opportunity. And who gave the presentation was Dawn Burton. And, when I walked in and I saw, her talking about, I missed the first 40 minutes, by the way, of the presentation. I didn't hear it was financial services, by the way. I just saw the business opportunity where she drew circles, and you can have, a six-figure income, you can have ownership, you can have a seven-figure income, your schedule, all that. I made a beeline to her right after the meeting and says, where do I sign? Where do I sign? And, and I remember I was with my husband and he says, what are you doing? And I said, hey, it's a fraction as good as what they're talking about. I want in on this thing, okay? And so many people say, oh, it sounds too good to be true, Well, then maybe you should explore it further, right? How many of us said that, honestly, when we first, right? If you didn't say it out loud, you said it to yourself. I know you did, because I did, okay? So I'm challenging everybody, when people say that to you or you think they're thinking it, they are, okay? Put the elephant on the table, just talk about it. And just say what you know. That's how you overcome an objection, right? You say, it probably sounds too good to be true for you, right? And then you go from there. Say, I felt the same way, and this is what I found out. This is the life that I've been living. You want to live this kind of life. I don't care who you are. Who wouldn't want to do this, right? So I think that when you're talking to people, your ability to articulate our business opportunity is so important, because they would break the doors down to come see this thing if they really knew what they had their hands on, right? So you're hanging out long enough to see what you got your hands on. And if we can go to the next slide. This is one of my favorite movies if you haven't seen it yet. It's called The Soul Surfer. And, she says, I don't need easy, I just need possible, right? And that's exactly how all of us, that's why we're here today. We don't need easy, we just need possible, right? I mean, what would you do if you can live the lifestyle that Rusty has, right? I mean, how many of you would want that? We all want that, right? We want to be like him. We want to have what he has. So what do we have to do? We have to do what he did to get there. And when we're talking about you don't need easy, you don't need possible, you can see, on that slide, the handicap right away. You can see, like Jason Geezer, one of the great leaders we have on our team, the handicap right away in the wheelchair. But they take excuses away from all of us, right? We all have handicaps, right? And as Jason always says, we all have handicaps. He says, you just can see mine. What's yours? See, what's holding you back? What are you doing about yours? We all have them. So we're all human. You want to make the most of your business opportunity. You want to make the most. See, you work. You need to make sure you bring you and your talents, your ability, your mindset to the table, because you work. you know, and make the best out of every situation that you possibly can. See, the next slide talks about the theory of decreasing effort and sacrifice, right? Looks like the theory of decreasing responsibility, right? So here you are at the beginning, the cash flow is low, and that's when you need to put a lot of effort into your business, right? Like a rocket ship, the first 500 feet takes more fuel and energy than it takes to go all the way to the moon, orbit it, and come back down. So the first 500 feet in business is so important, but yet so many people are looking for the cash, right? They show up to work and they get a paycheck at the end of the week or 2 weeks or a month, right? And if you can see beyond that, that pretty soon at the beginning you might not feel like you're getting paid what you're worth, but you put the time and effort and energy into it, all of a sudden you're getting paid what you're worth, and then before you know it, you're getting paid more than what you're worth. And you're going to live the rest of your life in that mode. Who wouldn't want to do that? Who wouldn't want to be that, right? So you want to put the time and effort into it and live the dream life that you know is possible. Anybody and everybody can have that if you put the effort forth. See, Steve Jobs on the next slide is a great leader in our society. You know, unfortunately he passed, but one of the things he said in the Stanford address to the graduating class, he says death is a change agent, you know, for society. And that means that if you're working on something exciting that you really care about, you don't have to be pushed. The vision pulls you, right? And that's something that Rusty said, Don said, about the fact that if you love what you do and you chase what you love, the money will chase you. And you want to make sure that when you're motivated, it's easy to follow your motivation. What's going on is what's going on between our two ears. That's the part that we have to work on the most. It's what's going on between our two ears. So we have been fortunate to recruit a gentleman. His name is Brian, and he used to play in the Major League Baseball. And it was funny because I said, I love sports. I always like to talk to leaders in the community and to talk to a professional athlete. I asked him, I said, what's the difference between somebody that makes it into the major leagues versus somebody that makes it in the minor leagues? What's the difference? I know it's small. What is that? Immediately, without hesitation, he says it's what they do off the field. Without hesitation, he said that. See, what you do in private, you'll be rewarded for in public later. You want to put the time and effort. See, the effort in Primerica, you know, isn't necessarily all the appointments you're going to go on and the interviews, which you need to do all those things. The effort is between your two ears. It's what's going on upstairs, okay? And that's where the time and effort comes in for you. Listening to CDs, you know, reading books, watching movies that'll change your life, talking to people, coming to meetings and events like this. Big decisions are made at big events. And that's what you want to keep working on, what's going on between your two ears. Because if you can master that, you can have anything and everything you want. You've got to master what's going on between your two ears, okay? That's a critical part of success in Primerica. The next one is, I had to succeed. I finally ran out of things that work. Who is that? Thomas Edison, right? So you're going to do this thing. You can't help but get good at something you do over and over and over again. You're going to get good at it. You just got to go out and do it. See, listening to CDs is great. Reading books is great. Coming to events is great. But until you go out in the field and you start playing the game, you're not going to really understand what Primerica is about. You want to go out there. See, when you get the no's, it teaches you to make adjustments so that you can eventually get yeses, right? You know, you want to make sure that you experience that. No two people are alike. Yes, we have a system in Primerica. You follow the system, you become successful, but it's also personality driven. Don't make a mistake about that. You bring your personality to the table. Someone says no to me, it means ask me another way, ask me another day, right? So you want to keep going. You got to keep going after it and make adjustments, slight little adjustments, so that every time you go out and talk to somebody, you're going to get a different response. You get different feedback from them. Does that make sense? All right, so we're going to go out, right, and start talking to people right away so that we can learn and understand what adjustments we need to make socially. We need to know what we need to make adjustments in our personality to help and become successful at what we do. See, you'll see it when you believe it. And once you understand what you're after and you have true, clearly defined goals, and you go after those goals and you keep going after them and don't let anything stop you, you're going to be massively successful in this business. The difference between the people that you see up here today and the people you don't see up here today, again, it's what's going on between the two ears. We just got more no's than everyone else. We got, you know, more objections than everyone else, and we went out in more appointments than everybody else. That's it. That's the difference. That's it right there. So you want to keep going after it over and over, and you will achieve success here. See, when I first started, I thought that when I would talk to people, everyone would say yes to me. Come on, how many of you thought that? Why wouldn't they? Right? Why wouldn't they? How many of you were shocked, like I was, that people actually said no? How many were shocked at how flaky people were? Oh, yeah, there's a big one, right? Or people don't do what they say they're going to do. Okay, it's shocking, right? But once you get past that and understand and accept that that's part of the numbers, right? What happens to me when people do that, or they flake, or they don't show up, or they don't do what they say they're going to do, is all it says to me is, boy, I can't help but be massively successful in life, because you beat 50% of the people by showing up, the other 40% by working hard, and the last 10% is the dogfight, right? And so you want to get in the dogfight. You are in the dogfight right now, and you want to find other people that are going in the same direction as you. It's as simple as that. The most convicted wins. How many of you have kids besides me? This has been a great journey. If you have kids, and I saw all the hands, I remember who you are. This is 10 times easier than raising kids. Can I get an amen? Right? So if you can raise kids, you can do this, because you're raising kid adults / right? Okay? I mean, that's what you're doing, right? And so you can definitely do this business, but it's the most convicted wins. Why do you think at the grocery store that they put all the candy and the gum and all the sugary treats when we're going to go check out with our kids in tow, right? To go check out, right? Because then right there they start working on you and working on you and working on you, right? I've watched over the years parents do that. And before I was a kid, a parent, you know, I was a non-kid person. Any non-kid people? Okay. You sit there and you judge other people, right? You start judging the parents like, oh no, if that's my kid's just standing right here, going to be obedient, going to do everything that I say, right? Come on, yeah? And then you get a kid and it's like, no, they're little creatures walking around with their own mindset, right? And you get up to the candy and they're working on you and working on you. Finally, you're just like, okay, get over whatever you want. Just shh, be quiet. Come on, how many of you have done that? Good. Then the next time you learn, right? It's all about learning. It's like, okay, I don't want to experience that again. So this time, I'm going to play a game, right? Everything's a game. Treat like a game. It's light and airy, and it's funner that way. So now you're like, okay, if you do this, this, and this, I'll get you a treat on the way out at the grocery store, right? We're getting ready to go on an appointment. So when we go to this appointment, if you're quiet, I'm going to get you 2 pieces of candy. One for now for your promise, and one for after the appointment if you're good. Fair enough, right? And so you do things like, see, bribery will get you everywhere. Everywhere, right? So some parents are fighting. I'm like, no, bribery, okay? And then in the business, when you're dealing with, you know, your new recruits, things like that, it's the same thing. What's changed? Nothing has changed. If you go on an appointment, you recruit 3 people, get 3 life apps, we'll give you a promotion, right? Bribery will get you everywhere. And then the company helps us do it by offering La Costa and Puerto Rico, you know, and so you use all the things the company have to bribe your new recruit to do the things they need to do, right? There's no difference. If you raise kids, you can do this. It's easy, okay? Get an amen to that. The next slide talks about the most successful people never quit. Instead, they fail their way to the top. See, look around the earth at other people. You don't have enough time on this earth to make all the mistakes yourself, so learn from other people's mistakes. Learn from your mentor's mistakes. Listen to what they say. Ask questions. See, always listen to what people say and what they ask. Are they moving forward questions? Like when I first recruit them, they say, do we offer this product or services? Or when they say, do they or do you? I like the we word, right? So look for the we words. The we word's a good word. And so you want, when people say we, to me it's like, okay, we're part of the team already. You want to capitalize on that. When they say we, answer we back. Yes, we do that. And we do this and we do that. How soon do you want to get started? How soon do you want your promotion so we can all be successful, right? So look for the we words that people talk about and help them make that transition into our business. The next slide is one of my favorites. It says, thoughts become things. Choose the good ones. So here are 2 people on the same train, okay? And this reminds me, I take BART a lot, right, in San Francisco, right? We hop BART trains all the time. And it's amazing how when I go in there in the morning, the people, their faces, right? And men, women, everywhere, you know, their faces are so strong. Everybody's in their phones. They're looking, and I'm just looking around going, I so love my life. It's so cool. This is so great. Look at them all. Okay, which one is the least robot of the group that I can go talk to today? And you just start talking to people and just see who's present, right? You know what I'm saying? You just see who's present. The people who are present, they actually look up and smile at you. Oh, there's one that's alive. They're like, this is good. Someone's responding back. It's not the walking, living dead, right? So it's actually, they're quite easy to find. You know, look at people, they smile back at you, they're recruitable. You know, and you want to get to the place where when you talk to enough people, first you're bad, right? You have to be willing to be bad at what you do, right? And then you'll get good, and then you'll get great at what you do, to pretty soon you can say anything. Now, how many of you would want to be here where you could say anything, anytime, any place, anywhere, and if they're recruitable, they're so yours. Anytime, any place, anywhere, if they're clientable, they're so yours. We all want that, right? You can get there by talking to people over and over, making little adjustments, and then all of a sudden you'll say, oh, this is easy, this is fun, I can't wait to talk to people. Turn the lights on. Where can I go find people now in the middle of the night? This is great. I can't wait to go recruit everybody, right? And you find people. That's the whole point, is you just find people, and they decide whether or not to do this business. So the first decision starts in the chair you're sitting in right now. Make a decision. You want it all because you can have it all. Proud to be your teammate. Have a great day. Enjoy.
Carol DeVita. Great job. Great message, Carol. You know, I think that, you know, we're just so fortunate to have these just dynamic leaders. I just feel so blessed to have so many wonderful leaders like this in our hierarchy, you know. And, you know, Carol has been one of those leaders that I love her enthusiasm. I love her excitement. She's just one of the best. Thank you, Carol. That was a great message. Thank you. Our next speaker, again, these first three speakers, Dawn and Carol, and now Eve Meyer, are all here from the Bay Area. So we've sort of had that line up first, and then we're going to have our guests come up after that. But again, the thing that I think is that so amazing about these leaders, not just women leaders, but the leaders, is their ability to communicate the message to people and have people understand and listen. And Eve certainly is one of those kind of people because she has great communication skills. And you know, she looks you in the eye, and you can not only see what she's saying, but you can hear what she's saying. And that's the mark of a great leader. And I know she's a little under the weather. She had a little back issue. So are you going to stand or are you going to sit? Okay, so, all right, so help me welcome Eve Meyer. Come on up, Eve.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, it was really interesting. They said, women in Primerica. I said, well, what should I talk about? Well, I'm a woman. I'm in Primerica. Why don't I just tell you the way it is? Okay, men and women, we all have the same things, but I will tell you that women have different issues or more different challenges because we think differently, don't we? So I'll tell you, this is such a special time. First, I just want to thank Rusty. Love you so much. Thank you for all you do for all of us. Put a hand together for Rusty. I also want to thank Ray and Sue and Dawn Burton, changed our life, runs our hierarchy. Carol, without you, I wouldn't be here. Thank you so much. I am just so excited about the speakers you're going to hear from. You know, we have Kara and Nicole and Jody. I've been friends forever, and I've learned so much from them. And I'm so proud of our hierarchy and the RVPs that are popping out. You know, I am by far the luckiest person in this room. I have first generations with Lynn and Phil, and then I have Kasum and Kishore. We have Jessica now, and we have Renee now as RVPs, and Gary. You know, we even have some guys, not just women, okay? You know, we have some guys and more guys popping out right now. We have Gary and Eric and Misha, and I just feel so blessed and proud. You know, and I just hope I could affect you just a little bit in what I'm going to say today. You know, one of the things I know that this is really a special time, an enormously special time to build a business, create freedom and wealth for you and your family. We have the opportunity to build multiple streams of income from multiple sources that will grow exponentially. That excites me. But one of the things when I'm looking at women is that I realize that we need more PMS. Hey, We need more PMS. Primerica Millionaire Students. Gosh, you all think negative, don't you now? We're going to talk about that. First of all, these are some of the winning formulas that I think will really help all us women and everyone in here. First of all, focus. Okay, number one is focus. Focus stands for F is follow one course until as successful. One course until successful. They said that if you have a goal and you put 100% focus on it, you are guaranteed to get there. But if you split the goal into two different areas, your focus, you're down to 66%, 3 down to 25%. It's like a magnifying glass, right? In the sun, you can take the magnifying glass, you have the sun, and you go like this and you spread it around. It doesn't do anything, but if you focus it in one place, you now have a fire. It's time we start focusing and making a fire with a singular focus. But for this $1 million opportunity, but we have busy lives. How many of you have busy lives? So listen to me. I want us to multitask our activities with a single-minded focus. What does that mean? Well, we could do our activities, but still be thinking about the one thing we want to do, which is build a business. For example, how many of you drive kids around? Well, you need to have your CD in there for your mental space. You could be learning leadership skills, people skills. You know, you could be doing drill for skill during that, or terminology if you're studying for one of your exams, right? Me, I make calls. My car is a computer. I tell it who to call, and it calls. And I make a list before I leave the house because I know who I'm going to call. So I'm multitasking the activity, but I have a single focus on what I'm doing. Chores, how many of us are out in the world doing things, right? When you're out there, be like a talent scout. Yeah, I'm picking up my cleaners, but I'm looking for my next RVP. You know, hey, I have some grandkids, and I know that when I take them to Chuck E. Cheese, I am the bomb diggity. Everybody with me on that? So they're happy. I'm spending time with them, but I have a single focus. I'm recruiting all the other parents. I'm building relationships. I'm prospecting and getting names and numbers. And one of the things I really found that works is getting your kids involved. Getting your kids involved. You know, Carol talked a little bit about that. You know, when I take my grandkids out and we go here and there, you know, they understand that grandma stops and talks to people. In the beginning, right, how many of you have kids and you start talking to people and they say, come on, let's go, let's go, let's go, right? Well, what I decided to do, woof them. What's in it for them? Everybody's what's in it for me, right? So I put it in the kids' best interest. So when I take Gabe or Bree, who's here today, I'm so proud of them, the next generation, when I take them out into the world with me, they understand when grandma's talking to someone, they're going to stop. And they're going to wait. Because when grandma gets 10 yeses, which means 10 people either give me their name and number, say we're going to have an appointment, or I'm going to be prospecting and inviting them to an open house, they get 10 of those equals 1 trip to Toys R Us. And when we do that, at the end, instead of tugging at me, let's go, they wait, and then they look at me and go, did we get it? Did we get it? High five. And then they tell me the numbers, right? Or how many of us, truth time, when you're leaving young kids, they go, Mommy, don't go, Mommy, don't go, right? Well, how would you like them to push you out of the house? Right? Well, what I did then, and I suggest we do, is I made it what's in it for them, right? I said, I tell you what, if I come back and I have a new associate on the team, or I do business with someone, you're getting $1. So now they're not whining that I'm leaving, they're whining when I'm home, right? So put it in your best interest and be like a postage stamp. Stick to it until you get there. This is the time, guys, to put all your distractions aside and deliver for you and your family. Number 2 is time. That's another thing that I think, time leadership, not management, because you don't manage time, you manage yourself within the time we're all given. So we need to protect our time. Spend your time wisely. Invest it wisely. The first thing I invite you to do is make a schedule and treat it like a job. So if you had a job and you had a schedule, you know what days you're working. So if you were to work from 8 to 5 at a job and your friend called you up and said, would you like to do this, that, or the other, you'd say no, because I'm working. The same thing here. You need to treat it like a job and make your schedule your boss. You know, and while you're working, make sure you're maximizing your time on things that are going to give you a big payback. Like what? Like being out in the field on in-homes or KT appointments. If you're not in the field, making appointments in qualified appointment markets to be in the field. Prospecting, building your inventory. People are at inventory, or inviting people to the open house. You know, you also want to make sure you're spending your time with the right people. Now, how do you know they're the right people? Well, you want to talk to everybody. Do I get an aha on that? However, Everyone says they want it, but you watch their actions to see who's going to be the ones. See, people's actions speak so loud that I can't even hear their words. And if you're not sure where you're spending your time, I know this might be a little challenging. The challenge won't be doing it, it's what you're going to learn about yourself. Track your day for every 15 minutes for a while and see where you're spending it. Then one of the things I do religiously is on my iPhone, I have it alert me every hour. And it says something positive, or you might say, have I done the most important thing this past hour, and what is the most important thing coming up for the following hour that's about to come? And this changed my life, and I hope it changed yours, the 4 Ds. The first thing, D, the 4D solution is dump it. Ladies, we need to learn how to say no. We need to say, no, I'm not going here. I'm not. You know how I think of it? I think with Rusty Crossland as the CEO of CENi, would Bill Gates, would John Addison, would Art Williams do that activity? If the answer is no, nor do I, nor should you, because we're the CEO of our own business. Number 2, D, is delegate it. Ask, who else can do this for me? If anyone else in your life, in your family could do the activity, give it to them. Hey, I'm not talking about forever. I'm talking about a short period of time, 1, 2, 3, 5 years, and let's get it done. Number 3, defer it. See, if you need to do it, schedule the right time to do it. And then when that time comes up, remember your schedule is your boss, right? So you make the plan, then you work the plan. Then at that point, you do it in that designated time. And last is do it. Do the things we must do to build our business so you can win. And remember MVP, most valuable priority. Every night before you go to bed, make a list of 1, 2, 3, or 5 things that are the most important things that you need to do the following day. And then again, make your schedule your boss. Belief. Belief is everything. Belief is everything. If you think you can and you think you can't, you're 100% right. Ladies, guys, we are not the little engine that could. We are the big engine that does, and we're annihilating. But what is between often us and winning? I see it as kryptonite. Anybody ever watched Superman, right? You know, very powerful, could do anything, but there's one thing that could take him down. It's kryptonite. And you notice he doesn't run towards kryptonite. He runs away from it. A lot of us run towards our kryptonite. What's our kryptonite? It's our friends, our family, our coworkers. Hey, they mean well. They just don't know what you know, saw what you saw. Don't let these naysayers steal your future or your dreams. You know, let me tell you something that I learned a long time ago. If people cannot see themselves getting where you want to go, then they're going to try to keep you where they are. So, what are some of the things I say to myself when that thought's coming up? You know, how many of us care what people think of us? Come on, raise your hands. We all do. We need to change that in our heads, right? The game's won and lost, as Carol said, between our 2 ears, right? So these are some of the things I say to myself when those situations come up. Repeat after me. I will never listen to anyone more messed up than me. I will never listen to anyone who isn't where I want to be. What people think of me is none of my business. And by the way, 96% of the time, people are thinking themselves and not thinking of you. Get over yourself. You're the one of the 96 now thinking of you. Step out of the 96, pop into the 4%, get to the 2%, let's get to the 1%, and annihilate what we do here in Primerica. And listen, do not take what people say personally. No, it's not about you. It's not because of our opportunity. That's great. It's not because the compensation is superb. It is. It's not because the concepts or the products aren't good. It's about them. It's not about you. It means that timing's not right. Ask me another day. Ask me another way. Or not now. If I told you that you had to speak to 100 people and the first 90 are going to say no to you, but the last 10 are going to be your super studs, like a Lynn or a Kassoum. You know, they're going to be your super studs that are just going to take you to the $1 million. They're going to be SNSD. They're going to change thousands of lives. Would you care about the first 90? Or would you be excited, high five, thanks for getting that one down? Who else can I find to say no so I could find the people I'm looking for and say yes? You know, it's the limiting beliefs about other people. Do not let them steal your dream. Because who you think you are and who you think you're not and your beliefs are so important. You know, I heard this thing about a chicken and an eagle one day, and I really love it, that story. You know, there was a farmer that found a eagle's nest and took one of the eggs out of it and put it into the chicken's coop and put it under a chicken, and it hatched, and so did the other chicken brother and sisters, you know. And the mom was really wonderful because it took this alien thing, right, under its wing, and the chicken and the eagle grew up together, and the eagle did everything the chickens did. You know, it tried to dig worms, and it clucked, and it clacked, and it tried to fly, and it fell down like everybody else, right? Years go by, later on in its life, near the end, it's with its brothers and sister chickens. And the eagle the eagle that thinks it's a chicken, but it's really an eagle, looks up and sees a magnificent bird in the sky. And goes, wow. Wow, I wonder what it's like to fly like that. How majestic. What's that? He says to his brothers and sisters. And the other chickens say, oh, that's an eagle. It's the king of the sky. But we are the kings of the ground. We're just chickens. We're not meant to fly. And that eagle that thought it was a chicken lived and died on the ground and never got to soar or take flight. Because, and only because, it thought it was a chicken. What do you think you are, or what do you think that you're not? The first thing I invite everybody to do when you leave here outside of your notes is start a different self-talk. Be your biggest fan instead of your biggest critic. How many of us would never say what we say to ourselves, to our family, to our kids, to our BFF? And I want you to replace it with some positives. I want you to start saying positive things to yourself. You know, we're in our base shop, you know, we're really focused. We want to pop out 20 RVPs this year. We want to own the Dome in 2015. I know we can. I know we will. You know, I know we're going to do some enormous things. I'm so proud of our team and our hierarchy led by Dawn Burton. She's just done some great things, and Rusty Crosslane. But I have to tell you, things happen. We have this thing called AHA, always happy attitude, because champions understand it's not what happens to you, it's what you do with what happens to you, because life happens to all of us, yes or yes? So we are reprogramming our mind right now with certain things. So if you know it, say it. If not, write it down. Everything is always working out for me. Great things always happen to me. Every day in every way, we're getting better and better. And I like to add in, today is the luckiest day ever. Today is the luckiest day ever. How many of us wake up and we have all that yama going on? Right, we're hoping and we're praying, but we have all that yama going on. Replace that. We say it 20 times over and over again, because how you think is everything. And adversity is a gift. Things don't happen to us. Nothing's happening to you. It's happening for you. So haven't we learned the most from our negative experiences? You know, I'm going to leave with this. You know, I read this story about a donkey. You know, and one of the things I learned is that every challenge has a solution inside of it. And it's a gift for us to grow, get stronger, mentally tougher, so we can lead hundreds and thousands and millions of people through the same valleys. We all like it when things are up, right? But we don't gain when it's up, right? We gain like the market. We buy the most when it's down, yes or yes? So this story about this donkey, it was a really old donkey. He lives on this farm with this old farmer, and there was this well that was all dried up. And because the donkey couldn't see very well, it ended up falling into the well. And the farmer tried to get it out, but couldn't, and felt so bad for this donkey that was screaming and shouting. So what he decided to do to put him out of his misery is start doing dirt and covering it up. Other farmers came and saw, and they started helping, and all of a sudden you hear nothing from the donkey, so you figure that he's at peace. The next thing you know, they see the donkey come on out of the well. See, what the donkey did, as the dirt was coming down, instead of letting it bury him, he shook it up and used it to take a step up. He shook it off and took a step up. I'm inviting all of us, when adversity comes, say, aha, shake it off, and take a step up. Because we are needed more than ever. I love and appreciate everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
Singing on a dance, girl, wanna twist ya. Don't stand a chance, gotta look better than them. Yes, it's just better than them. Yes, gotta dance from night till morning. Me love all the bits you're playing. Oh, what a lovely.
Great message, Eve. Aha. Great message. Our next speaker, this is her first time visiting us out here in our Women in Primerica meeting. Jody Orrell is from Kansas City, so she's a Midwesterner. And Jody has been in Primerica for quite a while, and she and her husband, Dan, they do a great job for us in that area of the world. And again, I think the thing that's so amazing, I was thinking about this morning, Jody, when I was getting up. I was actually on the computer this morning working on a couple things. And if you add up like the experience of all of you in the business, it's like 180 years, okay? I mean, none of you look that old, but the experience that these women have had, all, you know, $100,000 earners, all ring wearers, all diamond wearers, I mean, these women are just, I mean, they're where it's at. I mean, it's where it's happening. And Jody is a dynamic, do we need to get you something to stand on, Jody? I mean, Jody's a little munchkin, so we'll have to give her a little help with the camera there, Judd. So help me welcome Jody Orrell. Jody, you may need to darling.
No, I think they can see me.
Okay.
No,
At least you'll okay.
I'm good. How's everybody doing today? I told Rusty you got to be number one at something, and if it's being short, man, I'm number one, baby. I'm excited to visit with you guys. It's awesome being in California, man. I love it out here. We had a great dinner last night and the best eggs Benedict this morning. Oh my gosh, it was unbelievable. But first of all, I want to thank God. He is just so amazing, lining us up with the right people at the right time, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. Thank Rusty. Oh my goodness. I mean, just the genuine sincerity. He just wants everybody to be him. I mean, and have his life, and it's amazing. And of course, our team back home, hey guys. I'm excited. I know you guys are watching. Also, my husband. You know, it takes a very special man to put up with a very strong woman. And he will be married 20 years in December. And he is just an amazing, amazing person, yeah. Lets me go do, you know, all this fun stuff, and he gets to pick up all the pieces. And, of course, my awesome daughter, Caitlin and Patrick, just amazing kids. And then shout out to our Midwest Women in Primerica group. Now, we got a couple of them sitting over here. We've got a bombshell announcement for you ladies. We are bringing the broadcast to Branson, Missouri, April 17th and 18th. We have confirmed that. Is that right? Rusty's nodding his head right here. So you guys are going to be on TV in April the 17th and 18th, which is going to be awesome. So anyway, we're going to get into my topic here if you want to put that first slide up. I'm reading a new book called Think and Grow Rich for Women. And if you have not got this book, it's amazing how God puts these things in your place right when you need to see them. But this is an amazing book for women and men too. But you know, Think and Grow Rich is an awesome book. But this just kind of gives you a feel for it on a women's perspective. And so there's some statistics there I just kind of wanted to go over to start off with. About, and Dawn, you were reading the same book I was, because your statistics were real close to mine. So if you want to go to the next slide there, Jed. There we go. Just keep clicking down here. So women have tremendous power. 60% of all personal wealth right now are held by women. 85% is what I got. 85% of all consumer purchases right now are made by women. Women over the age of 50 have a combined net worth of over $19 trillion. That's big time, okay? 2/3 of consumer wealth in the U.S. will belong to women over the next decade. 2/3 of the wealth. That's just staggering, right? Oh, so there's great opportunity if you're just getting started here. Next. $7 trillion is spent by women in the U.S. in consumer business spending. Keep going. Globally, women are responsible for 20% trillion in spending, and that number is expected to rise just by the end of this year to 28 trillion, and that's globally. Does that blow anybody's mind? And then this one is what it just blew me away. Globally, women stand to inherit 70% of the $41 trillion in this wealth generation, that's going to be passed on from one generation to the next. 41 trillion. And so I would recommend you get some women agents in your business, okay? Because women like to deal with women. And my talk really is about two things, okay? And you can put up that next slide, and we'll just flash that on the screen. First thing is just going out there, and I don't care if you've been in the business a week, a month, a day, 10 years, you got to reinvent yourself, okay? Reinvent yourself one more time. I can give thanks to Kara. She did a talk on that a couple of years ago, and it just really started stirring something in my soul. And that's what business is about. It's just constantly reinventing who you are and what you're doing and why, most importantly, you're doing it. People don't care really what you're doing. They care about why you're doing it. And then the second thing is I want you to ask yourself, is what you're going through a test, or is what you're going through a trial? And I'm going to have you answer that in just a minute. But we've been in the business 18 years. We've had our shares of ups and downs over those years. And Kara, who is probably my best friend in the business and in life, I mean, she's somebody that I can tell anything to. She just kept bringing up to me how she was genuinely excited about doing these financial wellness workshops. And I just didn't get it. I was like, okay, that's awesome for you. Go get them, girl, And you know what Art says, and you said this earlier, Carol, never forget what blows your butt out of the water. Well, I was at an RVP, Jim and Mary and I, which they're awesome leaders too. They had started doing these monthly RVP meetings in Kansas City to kind of get the RVPs together and just really bring the team back together and create some synergy. And what blew my butt out of the water was Don Oliphant did a talk. And he wanted to sit on the convention floor, just to be in that environment. And he thought the best way I know how to do that is to get my income up to $250,000. So he created a system for his securities business, and he took his income from whatever it was, 10 or 12 or 15,000 a month, to 40,000 a month, and 50,000 a month, and 60,000 a month, like month after month, and he did it. And so he was teaching. He showed this workshop, or this worksheet that he used, this confidential asset inventory worksheet with his securities business that was very duplicatable, very simple. And I thought, wow, that's something I could do. And so I started using it right away, and I was like, wow, this is pretty amazing. But just like what Carol was saying, and Eve, and you kind of got to get bad before you're good and good before you're great, and you just got to dive in there and just try it. Now, has anybody in this room ever been through a trial? 2 of you have? Anybody else? Okay, everybody's hands should go up, right? Well, here's the biggest question I want to ask. Was it really a trial, or was it a test? Because there's a difference. And the difference is a trial is when all your critics are trying to prove you're wrong. That's what a trial is, okay? A test is when you're prepared. Okay? So there's a difference in being a victim versus being a victor. See, a victim has trials. A victor has tests, right? And so Diana Carey had said one time that people can argue with an opinion, but they can't argue with your testimony. So I'm going to tell you about a test my husband and I went through very recently, and they can't argue with this testimony. Okay, and you can use this when you're sitting across the kitchen table. Use our story. But back in October, my husband found out he had a heart condition called AFib. It's when your heart beats really rapidly, going crazy, and you can't stop it. And so he had some major medical challenges that followed from that. And at the same time that was going on, this was in October, the same time that was going on, we have rental property, and we had to take one of our renters to court. Literally had to throw all their stuff out on the street. It got that bad. I mean, it was crazy. At the same time that was going on, my 16-year-old daughter was in a car accident. So all those things are going on at the same time. Now, because my husband's health was in the position that it was in, I had to keep all the stress and everything away from him. So I had to handle all of this by myself and keep my business going and act like nothing was going on, right? Okay, anybody been there? And so 2 days before Christmas, my husband went in for a 7-hour heart procedure. Now, praise God, he's doing great, and all of that is behind us. But we have such an amazing team during that time frame. We promoted an awesome RVP. Keith and Leanne, you're out there. They picked up the slack and they went for it, and they became an RVP while we were going through all of this. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that's the awesome thing about teamwork, yeah. So we got all this craziness going on. Now let's fast forward 6 months, okay, later. So April of this year, there were 3 ladies in my office, and we decided that we're going to really start getting our securities business going. And so we decided we're just going to take 1 hour a week, just 1 hour a week, and we're going to really cram our brains, and I mean, it hurt our heads, to get really good at our securities business. And that's where we started really getting serious about what Kara had been telling me about over the last year with these financial wellness workshops. So the president of the company that helped us with this stuff we were dealing with our rental company, when I was talking to him, of course, it was like, Eve, you know, you're always prospecting wherever you go, right? So I found out he had a universal life policy, paying $450 a month. He's 30 years old. So here in April, finally get with him, Dawn, to help him. So we replaced his $1 million policy. We put $1 million on both him and his wife, $200 a month. Did the 1035 exchange, help him with all that stuff. And the company that he runs has 30 employees with it. Now, Kara says you do the wellness workshops just like you do Primerica, warm market, no cold calling. I'm like, great. So I'm like, okay, financial wellness, this is it. So I asked him if we can do a financial wellness. So finally, the 3rd time, he said, here's the HR person's name, you know, call her. She's probably going to be too busy. She probably won't be able to sit down with you. I called her, and she said, sure, come over tomorrow. So I went over to the office and told her within 5 minutes, I said, just type in PrimericaWorkshops.com, and let me just show you a quick video. She goes, oh, Primerica, I love Primerica. She'd been a client for 20 years. This was the controller of the company, right? So I'm like, okay, this is going pretty good, right? This is my first one. So anyway, that was pretty cool, and I'm thinking, well, this is going pretty good, right? So we start talking about her situation. Her agent's no longer with the company. We start talking about her situation. Found out she had $100,000 in a CD getting 1%. I said, I might be able to help you with that, right? And as we're talking, she said, well, would you be willing to take over our simple IRA here with our company? I said, yeah, if you'd like me to help you with that, yeah, we could probably do that. So I set up this financial workshop for this company, and a week before we went, I called her up and I said, hey, would you mind if I come over and sit down with your husband and you and do a financial analysis, kind of get you up to speed. I'd like you to be my cheerleader while we're going through this wellness workshop, warm market, right? And so she said, oh yeah, that'd be awesome. So I go over there. This is where the story gets good, okay? So I go over there, and the great thing is I brought a new recruit with me. Well, her husband had retired from a company back in 2008. He had an option to take a pension or take a lump sum. Well, he took a lump sum. You know where the market was in 2008? Took a lump sum of $600,000. Well, I'm sitting at the table. They got $1.2 million just in that, okay? He had $300,000 in his 401k that was still with the old company from 2008. She had a 401k that was there 20 years that she'd never moved, $100,000. And there was that $100,000 CD. Is that amazing? And so I had just walked into the millionaire next door. $1.7 million, but because I was prepared, I knew what to do. So I get a call from her 2 days later, and she leaves me a message, says, my husband and I have been talking. Now, you know usually what that means. I went, oh, no, don't be talking till I get there. So she says, we want you to come over sooner than next Wednesday because we want to get this paperwork going. I'm going, woo, awesome, let's do it. I can come tonight, baby, right? So I see her on a Monday. I come back on a Friday. We moved $1.2 million. Boom, I had a greenie sitting beside me was the most important part of the whole thing. And so I was prepared for that. See, he lined up Kara for me. He lined up Don Oliphant, who gave me the worksheet to do the securities thing. He lined up even my rental property in this crazy renter. He lined all that up. He lined the company up, the workshop. Isn't that amazing? And success is when preparation meets opportunity. And that's what you got to do is you got to be prepared. So as you're going through, okay, what I got to ask you is, are you going through a test or are you going through a trial right now? Because I know there's some people in this room going through some stuff, okay? Is it a test? You have to have a mindset that what you're going through right now is setting you up for something bigger, okay? You have to believe that when you pass the test, you're going to be elevated higher and ready for bigger opportunities. See, the next week we did the financial wellness workshop, 14 employees, all 14 want to get with us. This was just last week. All 14 want to get with us, okay? Sat down with the first guy, already wrote his life app. I mean, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. It's awesome, okay? And his brother his brother runs a restaurant, 6 locations. We're going to do financial wellness for them. I mean, it's just taken off like crazy. What I see from these workshops is people are more confused now than ever with their finance. People want help. They want a coach. You guys are that person. Isn't that awesome? So I got to skip through a whole bunch of this stuff because they're telling me get off here. Okay, just a couple more things, okay? Faith, or lack thereof, truly defines your destiny. Listen to this. It creates the roadmap that your subconscious mind will follow. Oh, I just love that, okay? And you may be in a testing season in your life right now, but you got to be having the right mindset. You've got to be telling yourself, man, this is preparing me for something really, really good. And just real quick, last 2 things. I mean, because we passed that test, we'll have our best income month this month. We'll be paid over $50,000 this month. Is that crazy? I mean, I didn't make that as a hairdresser. I mean, it's unbelievable. This is our daughter, and she's a gymnast. Because of Primerica, she grew up in this business, and she has a full ride scholarship to the University of Nebraska for gymnastics. I don't think that would have been possible because of the mindset that Primerica teaches you, the environment that you're in. Those are the intangibles, you guys, okay? The next one is my son, and that bottom picture, him and Kara's son went on a mission trip together to Belize, 13 years old, and I trusted her to talk me into sending him for 6 weeks to a different country. I'm like, that's a friend right there. That's trust. But she's awesome. So I'll leave you with this. You know, reinvent yourself one more time and make sure you pass the test. Okay? Thank you.
Jody Orall. Great message. You know, you think about that. Jody's going to be paid, what'd you say, 50 grand? 50 grand, that's 50,000.00, okay, this month. And most people don't make that in a year. Just, Jody, congratulations. Fantastic job. Our next speaker is probably, you know, all of these ladies are dynamic, but this gal certainly has a way with motivating people. Her organization has exploded over the last couple of years. She's one of the top recruiting vice presidents in all of Primerica, and just a dynamic woman who knows where she's going, knows what she wants, and is willing to do whatever it takes to get there. And I think there's a great message in that. From Little Rock, Arkansas, Kara Dowers.
Good morning, California. Good morning, Crosland Hierarchy, and hello to my family and base shop at home. We are so incredibly blessed. I mean, it is just with profound respect to be with you all. You know, when you just talk about the $100,000 a year earners alone in this room, you know, take Rusty's income, not counting all the regionals and below, but just the RVPs. I mean, we're talking about what, $4 or $5 million a year of compensation on this front row right here. I mean, that's a hairdresser, a nurse, a journalist, a stay-at-home mom. I mean, is that amazing? Carol, you ran a automotive, you know, you're in a man's world, you know, but what is similar, or what is the common denominator? What do we have in common? Primerica. We have goals and dreams inside of us. And I don't know anything like Primerica that will let that out. I mean, this is very special to me today because I have my Uncle Bob, and my cousin Dwayne on the front row. They are getting to see my Primerica family. And that's very special to me, and that really blesses me, because this Primerica family, I mean, I have at least, I don't know, 10 or 12 people in my Primerica family that I really genuinely believe if I needed a kidney, they'd be fighting over which one was going to help me. I mean, I believe that. I know that. And so if here we have the most unbelievable business that has ever inhabited the planet, we live in the most blessed time of all of civilization. We live in the best country on the entire planet. You couldn't make it up this good. You couldn't make it up as good as you have it. And I think one of the problems for us all is just seeing that and becoming aware of truly what we have our hands on here. You know, I see all these just beautiful young people, all you young people. You know, God bless you. God love you. I mean, you all are the future. You all are the decision makers. You all are shaping the next 50 to 100 years. And Primerica has said, we have a place for you. Not only do we have a place for you, we're building entire structures and incentives and technology around how you do life. How cool is that? Is that not amazing? I mean, really, when you think of that. So I'm going to share a little bit about my recent journey. I think all of us know that anything you want to know or need to know about building your skill over your craft, it's all out there. You didn't come here today, I don't think, to learn which presentation to use. Right? I think why you've come here today is just get a little bit more insight into why and how you're going to go take what you've seen today and take it to your situation, your home, your family dynamic, your market, your office, your upline, sideline, you know, your team or your lack thereof, and you're going to go take today and you're going to go to the next level. And all of us have been here for a long time. It doesn't happen. You just keep going to the next level. And what's so cool is there's no top of the next level. I mean, Ray, aren't you more excited about the next 20 years than you could have possibly have imagined being excited the last? I mean, what a great way to do life. I mean, that's pretty cool for the people that are the millennial 20 to 30 years. Man, I can do 40, 50 years here. And those of us that, you know, maybe, you know, didn't get started here till a little bit later, but I mean, never just you know, to look at do in the next 20, 30 years. I mean, I want to go out like Virginia Carter went out. Oh my God, I mean, she didn't die of now, I mean, she had a car wreck. I mean, she like going, you know, and then she had some complications, but it's not like she just laid down. I mean, what a way to do life. So if we know all that, then what we have to ask ourselves is how come we haven't stepped fully into it yet? So just in a quick nutshell, let me see the timekeeper, how are we doing? Okay, I'm just going to share with you very quickly the last couple years' journey for me. Because as good as Primerica is, there's all these dimensions of goodness. And there's something that just, the longer you stay here and the more you stretch yourself and you get around your peers and you get around people that are way ahead of you, you get challenged to take that next little step or that little adjustment to go, you know, how can I just go to the next level? And I don't really even mean just in the business. I mean on all levels of parenting, relationships, marriage. My husband and I, wonderful husband David, we're going to celebrate 28 years. I don't know why it is almost every other year they send us to San Diego for our anniversary. We got married in San Diego. It's a special place to us. We've got 4 amazing kids. And I just, in the last year and a half to 2 years, feel like my entire life has changed. And try not to get wrapped up in any, you know, whatever you think of this, but really my life has been born again. I've been born again. And I don't mean that I found Jesus, because I've been walking with Jesus since I was a little bitty girl, okay? I've been born again in my hope and understanding of why I'm here. And I want to give you confidence and a blessing today that, like I said at the beginning, you couldn't make it up this good. You are not capable of getting you here, making up how the goodness of this company and these leaders and getting yourself here. Can we just say you got yourself here, but things happen behind the scenes to get you here? Yes? And you know, you can argue people's facts, but you can't argue their testimony. So here's my testimony, is that as much as I love this business and as much as I knew I was helping people, there's a little part of me somewhere in, you know, the early mornings or the late at night or the alone time that maybe tugged on my heart that said, God, am I supposed to be somewhere else? I mean, am I supposed to, you know, be a missionary in Africa? Or I'm kind of exaggerating there, but I mean, before God, am I supposed to be somewhere else? Am I supposed to be doing something more or better for you? Testing. Okay. And so God confirmed that in my heart completely and entirely, that this is where I'm supposed to be. And I cannot tell you the freedom that has come out of settling that once and for all. Right? And maybe I'm just sharing this because maybe there's some other people here, as committed as you are and as long as you've been here, that you just need to settle that once and for all. And really very much, you can talk to me later about it, because a lot of it very much has been a spiritual journey for me. But what's interesting is that kind of the point of that spear came from a Primerica stage talk in Kansas City. A new friend of ours in the business we didn't know very well, the Holman, said one thing about one movie that really changed the direction of their lives. And I, like most things in Primerica, you write them down and then you don't always get back to them till later. And it was probably 6 or 8 weeks later I watched the movie. Now, there's no time for me to take to tell you what that meant to my life and the course that it put me on. But I'm going to tell you the name of the movie in case you want to check it out. It's called Father of Lights. It's called Father of Lights. It's a documentary about God moving. That's all I'm going to tell you. Turns out it's the third of 3, so if you want to start at the beginning, you can start. The first one's called Finger of God. Fascinating. Like glued to my couch, couldn't move. But it was this beautiful timing that God, through a Primerica friend, dropped one idea into my life that's what I had basically been waiting for my whole life. And literally has just transformed my belief and understanding and confidence that I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be in God's purposes. I'm reading an incredible book right now. It's called Dreaming with God. Is that not a cool title? Actually, I'm reading it for the second time. Dreaming with God, Bill Johnson. Has anybody else read that? I see some like happy. You're just happy because that just sounds awesome, right? But listen to this, because again, part of the journey and the angst, I believe, is really believing you deserve this and believing you're supposed to be here, and if you're supposed to be here, you're supposed to win. So let me just wrap up with this from Dreaming with God. Royalty is my identity. Servanthood is my assignment. Intimacy with God is my life source. So before God, I'm an intimate. Before people, I'm a servant. Before the powers of hell, I'm a ruler with no tolerance for their influence. Wisdom knows which role to fulfill at the proper time. Is that good or is that good? Right? And so here's an idea from this book, Dreaming with God, is that, and whether you believe the way I do or not, it's just this is what he said. That Jesus told his disciples before he left, no longer do I call you servants, I call you friends. See, servants are obedient. I've had a servant's heart my whole life, right? Servants are obedient. Servants serve, but servants don't know what's going on in the master's mind. They're not in the inner circle. They're not able to be part of the decision making, the part of the bigger picture. But friends are. And friends, the obedience is a done deal. It's moving beyond that, and what he calls co-laboring and co-creating for God's big plan. That the dream he put in your heart is the dream he wants you to play out here. That you don't have to give up all your goals and dreams to be holy and to be pleasing. That's a lie from somebody besides God. And that's a big lie. Imagine being completely free to hold and to love the dreams and the hopes that have been designed and placed in your heart, and to know that that is what God wants for you, that he wants to co-labor and co-create with you and for you and on your behalf, versus believing the lie that you have to give up everything that you are and who you are and what you love to be pleasing. So my challenge is to get bigger dreams, or get back in touch with the dreams you've always had, light them on fire, and go be a blessing, or a bigger blessing. Thank you, guys.
And running, running, and running, running, and running, running, and running, running.
Like this mic. Is battery dead? Modern technology. Okay. Good. We still okay? Hear me? Okay, so a couple of things. We're going to have a panel discussion up here in a little bit where we're going to hear from some of these ladies and, talking to them about, I'm really going to, I want to know, some of the challenges they face as women in Primerica. I think that's, so you be thinking about that, because that's what we're going to talk about. Some of the challenges that you might face, plus, what are some of the advantages you think you might have. So those are the two things we're going to talk about up here when we have our panel discussion. And you're in for a real treat at the end of the show today. Judd, my son, a month or two ago, traveled up to Highlands, North Carolina, and sat down with Art Williams for an afternoon, and interviewed Art and talked with Art about the business, and did a video. And we showed it last week in Las Vegas. It's a 15-minute video. It'll be the last thing we do this afternoon, or this morning rather. But it's a vintage message from the original founder of our company that I promise you will light your butt on fire and get you out of here and want you to go conquer the world. Okay, absolutely unbelievable message. Judd, do we have that video available? I mean, could they buy that video from you? It's Judson, Judson at aclphoto.com is Judd's email. If you want to purchase this video, it's not not very expensive. But if you want it for yourself or your team, you can get that from Judd. We'll show you that again this afternoon. Okay, so our next speaker, another young, dynamic young lady in the business doing a fabulous job from Oklahoma City. Nicole and Matt Hughes are just first of all, they're two of the finest people I know, and I love them to death. They're excited, they're motivated, they're turned on, they're doing a great job, they're recruiting, they're building, they're training, they're producing RVPs, doing all the things. Nicole was just recently promoted to SVP, Senior Vice President, so obviously doing some things right, building a team, promoting RVPs, making money, doing the things that we all need to learn how to do. Help me welcome Nicole Hughes.
Good morning. I am so very excited and honored to be here, and I just want to thank Rusty because we are so blessed. We probably don't understand how blessed we are to be in his organization, and there's no other leader in the company. Yes, that's right, Rusty says. There's no other leader in the company that I would rather be a part of his organization than Rusty, and I just want to thank him. If we could all show him our appreciation for putting this on. And I want to also thank the rest of my leadership, the incredible Joe and Don McWhorter, Bob and Joe McConnell, and Jim and Mary Nye. We were born into an incredible line of leaders in Primerica, and I'm very grateful for that. I want to thank Ray and Sue for bringing us here and putting this event together, and for their hospitality. Primerica leaders have such huge hearts, and I want to thank our hierarchy and our amazing regional vice presidents who are watching at home, our teammates watching at home, and then my husband Matt. We just celebrated 15 years of marriage. I'm already thinking about the 16th year. 15 years of marriage in January. Our beautiful little girl Ryan, Matt. The Lord made Matt just for me, and we are having so much fun in this business, kind of in a new phase of rebuilding and getting after it again. And I'm just so excited to be here with these incredible ladies, because I just know that these sisters of mine, I could be anywhere across the company and our country and have a challenge, and I could depend upon these women with my life. I mean, I love them and believe in them that much. And so as your leaders, we are, we're so blessed to have women like these in our business. So if we could give Dawn and Carol and Eve and Kara and Jody a big hand. So I want to talk about just some things that have really changed our business dramatically in the last couple years. We were incredibly blessed to meet our great founder, Art Williams, going on 2 years ago. It'll be 2 years in October. And we had not only the chance to meet him, but more importantly than that, I'm not sure exactly how it all happened, how it all transpired, but somehow he chose me and Matt to be able to personally mentor and coach. And so for almost the last 2 years, we have had the incredible honor of talking to Art a couple times a week, sometimes more often than that, but we talk by phone a lot. We fax back and forth. He doesn't own a cell phone. He doesn't know how to email. He doesn't want to know how to do all that stuff. But he loves this business so much. And for the first 12 years of our business in Primerica, you know, we've been here, it'll be 14 years next week. And for the first 12 years of our lives here, unfortunately, we didn't really get a lot of exposure to art. And I regret that, because I hope if you are not plugged into him and to his coaching and his mentorship, man, he is the founder of this company. And at Primerica's height, there were 225,000 licensed representatives. And Rusty knows, I mean, you know, these are the founders of our company. They know what they're doing. And so anyway, these last 6 months, we took a step back to be able to move forward. And we really analyzed, at Art's urging, we analyzed our business, and we took a look. And it was very difficult, because as a, you know, he wanted to see everything. He wanted to see our numbers, our personal numbers, our hierarchy numbers, everything. And then he proceeded to tell us, okay, well, this is what you need to be doing. This is what you need to be fixing. And it's the same message that he's taught all of us. It's not anything secret. It's what he's taught all of us. And so I'm going to take you guys through just some things that he has taught us. And so, Jed, I don't know, is there a PowerPoint? Is there a clicker? It's you. All right. So very good. So if you could go to the next slide. Probably there's 3 things that I want to share with you guys that Art has really just changed our business with. These 3 ideas, and the first one is you got to love your people. And I think in Primerica, you know, I think we do a pretty good job of that. But he asked us to take it to another level. And in that, you know, I think we've got to get really good at using the 4 most powerful words in our vocabulary, which is "I believe in you." We've got to tell people that all the time. This is such a tough business, and it's supposed to be tough. I don't think we should ever apologize for it being tough, but it's a tough business, and a lot of times our people need to know that we believe in them, and it's usually when they're hurting the most that we need to believe in them, and that might be when we don't want to tell them that, right? Because we want more from them, and we want to see them accomplish more, but that's when they need to hear from us most, is that we believe in them. And so, Jed, if you don't mind just clicking through that. So master the 4 most important words, and then spend good time with the right people. Relationships are everything in this business, and 14 years later, I can now look back on the people that we have spent good time with. And I'm talking about getting to know their families, breaking bread with them, going to their children's sporting events, but doing it because you want to, not because you want them to be a great recruit in Primerica, but because you truly love them and you want to be a part of their lives. And I think about our regional vice presidents and watching their kids grow up and being able to be blessed by such great relationships and best friends. And then create an inner circle. That's something he challenged me to do, is to identify some leaders in our hierarchy. And it didn't matter if they were direct to us. It didn't matter if they were in our vice president's base shops. He wanted us to identify an inner circle and really spend a lot of time talking to those folks, you know, writing them letters and postcards and calling them every once in a while and doing exactly with them what he was doing with us. And that was business changing. We started developing some relationships with leaders that we may not, have gotten to know as well as we know today, and 2 of them are getting ready to become our first 2nd generation RVPs, and so it's incredible, you know, just Art, his wisdom, he knows how to build this business. The next slide is, you know, I think he often challenges us to think about why we're here. And ultimately, I think if we were to answer why we're here, it's to get debt-free and financially independent for our families first, right? And what Don shared today was so incredible. I had goosebumps the entire time thinking about the families who are hurting so much in our country right now. And when we sit across the kitchen table and we're gathering the data for the financial needs analysis, do any of you think about that if you didn't have Primerica, that could be your life? Right? If we didn't have Primerica, we were probably those families, right? Those families that were having the great honor to change their lives. And so we've got to get our families financially independent first. And so he really challenged us to take a look at everything that we were spending, to take a look at office expenses, to take a look at just our finances. And he challenged us to set some big goals and to work toward those goals. And I'm going to be very transparent and share with you, because I wish that someone had done that with Matt and me 14 years ago. But, you know, we earned a lot of money in Primerica very quickly. And we're very grateful that that happened, but we didn't do always the right things with that money. We bought a big house right off the bat, and we always had brand new cars. And if we had just lived below our means a little bit longer, I think that we would have saved so much more than what this great company has paid us. So for those of you just getting started in Primerica, I highly encourage you to start a MAP account. You know, talk to your securities license trainer. Start saving some of what you're making, because that's what we're all here to do, right? And when you start those habits, when you start making big money, then you're going to have big savings. You're going to have big parts of what you're earning going into savings. So he really challenged us in that area, and it's so ironic because that's what we do for a living, right? We teach people about finances, but we weren't doing what we were supposed to be doing for ourselves. And so if you're not where you want to be financially, you can make those changes. And it's just something that's totally changed, just even in a short 2-year time frame, getting after it, getting focused, becoming debt-free. You know, being able to share with you guys a picture of a house we just bought, and it will be paid for in 5 years. And I don't know that without Art's influence that would have been the case. But why are you here? Remember why you joined Primerica. And then what I just talked about, we're here to get debt-free and financially independent for our families first. And then this was his challenge to us. And when he wanted to boil down very simplistically what we needed to be focused on, because the first 12 years that we were in Primerica, we had a pretty good run. We had developed 4 regional vice presidents. Within 38 months of joining Primerica, our income had hit $250,000. And so we made a lot of money early on, and we've had an incredible life here. But he's really challenged us to get after it and to do it again, and to really put our heads down. And so in January, Matt and I made the decision to get after it and to do some of the things that we did the first time that we made a big run here. And it's been so much fun the second time around. And this was his challenge. It's 5 points, and this is a 5-point game plan that any one of us can put into action. So the first one is recruit big numbers of 4 to 5 pointers, recruit big numbers of qualified people, and then license big numbers of new recruits, of those qualified people. And the goal should be 50% every single month. Our licensing has changed dramatically, the process, the system, everything, because we're focused on it. Number 3 is promote someone every month. I'm so excited because some of the new leaders we're working with, we have a great team, the Soto team, getting ready to take a regional promotion. We have two new couples that we've been working with the last few months who are taking division promotions this month. So we've always got to be able to promote someone every single month and give an example for the rest of the base to follow. Number 4 is build teams that are capable of doing 5 to 10 sales a month. And so again, that's something we've been focused on. One of the teams taking a division promotion, he's a teacher and a coach, and this is his first month license, and he's already written 8 sales this month, in addition to all the PLPP and some other things he's done for the family, but 8 sales, and now he's starting to train people. He has 8 KT set for this week, and I didn't do any of that. I just spent probably a little bit more time intentionally training him, but it was because Art had really challenged us to do this. And then the 5th one is increase your cash flow. And the first 6 months, I mean, we're heading back in the right direction. And I'm just so excited about this 5-point game plan. And I promise you guys, if you focus on these same things, your business will explode. The next thing that I want to talk about real quickly, I want to thank many of you, because it was May. It's kind of hard to believe that it's already been over a year that Oklahoma was drastically changed by a huge tornado that hit our town, and we had 3 families in our hierarchy who were devastated, 2 who lost their homes, and 1 whose mother was crushed and is now paralyzed from the waist down. And so the next slide I want to show you guys is the influence. I think the influence that you can have. And at some point, Jed, if you want to please click through, at some point, the people that we love are going to need us. And are we going to be prepared to help them? At some point, it's going to happen. And this is a picture of James and Ava Hatton's home. They were regional leaders in our office, and they were working toward a vice president promotion last year, having really some of the best months of their life, and this is what happened. That was what was left of their home. But today, by Thanksgiving, they're going to be in a new home, and James has still managed to come to training every single week. He never misses training. His life was changed forever. His family's life was changed forever. But Primerica, I truly believe, because they were in Primerica, they weathered this storm better than somebody who wasn't in Primerica. And then if you could just click through the pictures, Judd, that's their new house that they're building. He's so very excited. We had another gal, Janie Kaiser, who lost everything, and then her daughter lived next door and lost everything as well. They're rebuilding. She never misses anything. She's in a securities class this weekend. I'm just so proud of those leaders. But more importantly, the reason I tell you guys this is because Primerica, our Primerica friends stepped up in a big way. And we were able to, our office kind of became a makeshift relief center, and we had boxes from you guys, people all across the company and the country who sent us things. And we raised $35,000 in gift cards, and many of them came from people I've never had the opportunity or the pleasure of meeting, but the common bond we share is that we're Primerica family. And the fact that people sent us that to be able to share with these families, it was just, I can't tell you how incredibly happy my heart was. I'm so proud to be in business with people like that. And then lastly, I want to share with you guys, and that's Edie Morales. Christina Morales was she's a division in our office, and her mom was crushed in a 7-Eleven, but she lived, and today she's in a wheelchair. You show the next picture. But again, I promise you, these families could not have recovered as quickly if it weren't for you guys, the people in Primerica who prayed for them and who provided the financial support. Rusty provided a lot of financial support for those families, so I'm just very grateful. And then the last thing I want to share with you guys real quickly, thank you. The last thing are just some questions to think about. What is, and Jed, if you could click through these pretty quickly, what is freedom worth? What is dreaming worth? What is raising your own kids worth? What is being the go-to person in your family worth? What is having no strings attached worth? We haven't worked for someone but ourselves for 14 years. My husband and I have worked this business side by side. We retired for him from corporate America 11 years ago. I can't imagine. I love being with him every single day building this business. What is respect worth, and what is influence worth? What are those things worth to us? Most of us may never get the feeling of having that if we don't win in Primerica. Our families will suffer if we don't make the decision to get after this thing and to build it one more time. And the last thing I want to share are just some pictures. We're so very excited. 3 months ago, we had the opportunity to buy a Catholic church. And this is Our Lady of Guadalupe. It was built in 1984. And ironically, I grew up in a small Hispanic Catholic church called Our Lady of Guadalupe. And I know that this was no accident that we found this house and we had the opportunity to buy it. And Jed, if you want to just click through, it is just absolutely a haven. It just doesn't look like it's supposed to be in Oklahoma City. But Primerica, I promise you guys, if I were still a journalist, I'd still be making $38,000 a year, working 80 to 90 hours a week. I would not have the freedom that we have today. We wouldn't have the beautiful home that we get to entertain our team in and bring clients to and guests to. It's just absolutely amazing. This was a sunset 2 nights ago from my back porch, and in preparation for coming here, I just thought how fitting to be able to sell the dream a little bit. And I'm always uncomfortable talking about this kind of stuff, but I think that, guys, you work hard here, and it's going to be worth it. I absolutely promise you. Absolutely promise you. And then this is my sweet family, my little girl Ryan, who's 7.5, my incredible husband Matt. And the last thing, man, guys, 36 company paid for trips next 2 weeks it'll be 37, 2.3 million in income, 78,000 in stock given to us. What company gives away 78,000 in stock? That's incredible, right? And then the very last slide, this is Art's favorite quote. And it's Winston Churchill, and it says, there comes a special moment in everyone's life, a moment for which that person was born. That special opportunity, when he seizes it, will fulfill his mission, a mission for which he or she is uniquely qualified. In that moment, he finds greatness. It is his finest hour. And I believe, guys, that this is our moment. This is our time. It's our finest hour. We've got to make the decision once we leave here today. Take the feeling of what you have right now and turn it into activity, turn it into action, and don't give up when people doubt your dream. Don't give up when things get tough, because they will. Just remember why you're here and the lives you're going to change along the way. I'm so proud to be in business with you guys. I love you, and we'll talk to you later.
It's all you. Great message, great message. You know, you think about, you know, I guess, you know, out here in California, you worry about the earthquakes, okay? But man, those tornadoes are something, aren't they? They just, they are indiscriminate for sure. And wow, just happy that, you know, we were able to help. And you know what Nicole and a few other folks are experiencing with, you know, mentoring with Art, you know, I was very fortunate to be able to do on a daily basis for a long, long time. And, you know, I do think that being around Art truly, you know, molded me for sure. I mean, I think you have basic fundamental, you know, core values, excuse me, and beliefs, but once you get attached to somebody like Art, as you'll see from this video that we'll show here in a little bit, you know, I mean, he makes a major impact in your life. And he's the most genuine human being I know. And anyway, so we'll get to that in a little bit. Okay, our last speaker is someone I have just grown to love so much, not only as a professional, but as a person. Joyce Bond has always, whenever we've needed her, whenever we have called on her, she has been with us and never fails to amaze me, the message that she brings to our events. And you know, I know I've recommended more than once that the company needs to put her on the spotlight, you know, for what she says and what she does, because she is a dynamic, go-getter, get-after-it person, and we're just so blessed to have her as part of our sister companies like Mason, and just she does it all for us. So help me welcome Joyce Bond.
Don't stand a chance, no. Gotta look better than them, yes. It's just better than them, yes. Gotta dance from night till morning. Me love how the beats you're playing. Oh, what a lovely feeling. So close to
I've just been pretty much overwhelmed with everything this morning. What a dynamic set of words and instructions and leadership that has happened. And I just feel like I'm the luckiest girl in the world. You know, I was a kid in the Bronx, you know, watching black and white TV, looking for heroes, you know, looking for someone that I can emulate, because when you looked out of my window, there wasn't a lot of good stuff to copy. And I just feel so blessed to be in this presence of such great leaders and people with vision. And I think, as everyone has, Rusty Crossland, the great Rusty Crossland, as we know him to be, for just accepting the vision that God put before him in a man named Art Williams, and accepting the challenge. And because he did, because he went to the gate to say, we could do this, all of you in this room, your life has changed, and it will change. And because of that vision and Art and Rusty and all the other great leaders, in 1996, I too was mentored by a very great man who has since retired, by the name of John Richards. And because of John's wisdom, insight, and vision, he saw in me what he said, you know, Joyce, you were born for this. This is where you should be. And he never lied. And so today, I challenge all of you. This is not a mistake.
that you're sitting at the Hilton Hotel in Concord, California. God has said something to you. And he says you can change things. You could change your vision from last night, the last thing you saw before you went to sleep, and what you woke up this morning, you will have a different vision. And my challenge to all of you is to look at this business and to look at this opportunity as something not for today, in the next 5 minutes that you feel good, for the rest of your life. The rest of your life will be different. And I want to continue with the privilege of just carrying that torch forward. You know, I was here with the Women in Primerica meeting here that Rusty asked me to speak to again. I was just stunned. And that was June 22nd of 2012. How do I know that? Because I still have the notes. And I read the notes from that meeting, and the notes were good then. They're good now. So we're going to say the same thing that we talked about. And we talked about women who need to invest, okay? And, you know, we talked about, why just women? Well, men, you need to invest too. But the real issue here is that we need to have smart women managing their money smartly. And there's a couple of reasons why women don't, or they're hesitant. And let's just kind of go over them a little bit. It's about, 5 reasons. First of all, they think it's a man's game. Okay, investing is a man's game. That, I don't really know much about this. It's kind of complicated. I know how to raise kids, cook food, wash clothes, negotiate at a flea market, and, and keep the thieves away from my house. But my God, I don't know how to invest. I couldn't possibly do that. I will always be taken care of. Girls, we believe that from the beginning. I know they meant to do everything until death do us part, but sometimes they don't get that far, you know what I mean? So we have to learn how to take care of ourselves, because the statistics say either by default or by design, we're going to be taking care of ourselves by ourselves for a very long time. And there's going to be a lot of people who are going to look to us to help take care of them too. I mean, Carolyn Collins and I were talking about that. How did we become the matriarch of the family all of a sudden? I mean, I didn't ask, but you have to be prepared for that. You should avoid being too conservative. We should be conservative in other things, but not our money. Because money has a long row to tow. That means it has to last a very long time. And being very conservative isn't going to get it to go very far. So we have a challenge with that. And we just figured that, I might lose my money, okay? I may lose my money. So for over 18 years, I've had the privilege of not only getting in front of audiences like this or working at base shop levels or one-on-one coaching and mentoring. I go to the kitchen tables, which, by the way, if you've never been on a kitchen table appointment, you are missing. It is better than The Walking Dead and Scandal, all of that. It is so much fun to get to someone's home and they invited you into your home because they want to know, they want to learn. And you get a chance to hear what's on their mind, and you get a chance to help them work through issues. I want you to work through an issue right now. See, investing is not just for the male species. Women can actually handle this. You need to know this information. But this whole opportunity is because we are great consumers. We are great consumers. We're smart shoppers. We know value, and we understand pricing to that value. So when it comes to investing, what is it really about? It's ownership. It's owning shares of great companies or owning management that will manage shares of great companies for you. You're owning the opportunity of growth. You're owning the opportunity of development. You know how this works. You see, I sat there while Kara was talking and Jody was talking. Every time someone mentioned a book, what did I do? I pulled up my iPad, okay? I went to my iPad and I went online and I Googled, right? And I went to Amazon.com and then and in the little search feature, I typed in the name of the name of the book, and I bought it with just one click away because I already have, my Visa card online. And so that when I click it, the book drops into my Kindle, and bam, up it shows. I'm going to read that book on my way to the airport because that's what they told me to do. Now, I just named 5 companies that you can invest in. We know how to do this, ladies. Okay? So it's not just for men. Okay, you know, we heard these numbers. We're ahead of households. 30% of global wealth, it comes from women. And we're the sole head of households of 32% of U.S. households. So, you know, we really need to take control of that. We need to accept the fact that we know a lot. And then we need to really look at our retirement issues. So one of the things I do a lot and challenge my girlfriends a lot, are you ready for retirement? So what are your plans? What are we looking at? So for those of you who are born between the years of like 1981 and 2000, let me explain what I am. I was not born between 1981 and 2000. I was born between the years of 1945 and 1964. There will be history books written about my group. We are called a baby boomer. All right, so we should be looking at, are we prepared for retirement right now? And that was not something we talked about at your age. If you were to focus at your age about what your next 30 years of accumulation value could be, you are a millionaire 5 times over. I got your attention. I saw that. And so you are a millionaire 5 times over. If all we did was we talked about how to save money for the future. Now, we know women, we take ourselves out of the workplace. We have children. We raise the children. We raise our sisters' children. And then we take care of our parents because our brother doesn't know how to do this. And so what we tend to do is put money not in ourselves, but we put money into what we feel our responsibilities are. Now, kids go to school, get married, you get the dress, you can walk, you sit in the front row at the wedding, you paid for the wedding, and you know, at some point, you are no longer earning income by design. You choose to retire, or by default, you're told to retire. And then you look at the amount of money you have, and this has to last you for the rest of your life. Now, let me tell you this. You can take a loan out for everything I talked about. You cannot take a loan for retirement. Nope. Nope. And it has to pay for a lot of stuff. You know, we were all talking at dinner last night, and Jody reminded me about what some of the issues that we worry about to live through retirement, right? Because retirement lasts as long as you do, right up until you die. Now, there's a couple of things we're going to need. Food. You need clothes. You need shelter. And we want to keep our bodies in shape. You have to replace your knees. You have to replace your eyes. You replace your hair. There's a lot of hair loss commercials out there, by the way, of which you are watching through internet or direct TV on your LG 3D HD TV. And all of them trade on the public. All right? So, no, we need to invest. Okay. Okay, and we're, look, stop being conservative. You weren't conservative when you picked your boyfriend for the prom. That was not conservative. That's why your father was following you around and we're going to watch this. So when it comes to money, all right, I don't want to lose money. I can't lose money. What is the fear factor here? If you don't understand how money works, yes, you can lose it. That's how you get scammed. Now, I find more little old ladies going to Las Vegas or Reno on the bus than I do little old men. Somehow, we're trying to lose money as fast as we can because the odds are not in your favor that you're going to win. The odds are in your favor that if you invest in the economy, you will win. How do I know that? Because the economy grows. It may grow slow, it may grow fast, but it grows because we like to have things new. We like to make our lives more efficient. We want to have the newest thing. So in 1981, who's my timekeeper? In 1981, when I got into the business, you couldn't Google anything, which is now a verb, by the way. Now, how did I survive? How could I get from point A to point B? I couldn't Google it. I didn't have Yelp, so I didn't know what the reviews were, right? How did we do this? We had to look this up in a book called the Encyclopedia Britannica. They were one of the #1 publishers for educational books back in the day. They were expensive, huh, gang? You know what? If your family had a full set of the Encyclopedia Britannica and not the starter set, that was where you went to study. It was so-and-so's house, and you bought your index cards. That's paper, by the way, where you actually write out stuff. Okay? We didn't voice memo anything on our phones. We couldn't put the audio up there. Does the economy grow? Oh, thank God, right? And you were running late, and if you don't have a quarter to find a telephone booth, what's a telephone booth? Well, back in the day, communication was through this vehicle known as the telephone, that cell phone, and you had actual, like, little kiosks, we call them booths, and you, on the public, in the street, for a price with a coin, you can make a phone call and advise, I am running late. Now, they would have to be at another phone for that to happen. It was a step up from 2 cans and a string, I understand. And there was only one company that provided the service. They were known as AT&T, Mont Bell. And right now, we have cell phones, and you have multiple carriers for that. And you can text someone to let them know what's going on. Yes, the economy has grown. I've got 2 minutes. I want to close this last 2 minutes with this. Yes, we need to invest. We know more about investing than we're giving ourselves credit. Well, Jody, you said something that made all the difference in the world, and that was you decided that I was going to get good at this. All right? For those of us in this room, you made a commitment that you're going to help families become financially independent and debt-free. You cannot become financially independent if your money isn't working harder than you. Investing is an essential part. So for so many of us, we tend to look at investing as it's another evil that I have to take, and I'm not quite sure that I really want to go. That I really want to do this. So let's talk about. In 2012, only 7.9% of the financial advisors were women. We were talking about 2020, only 7% and 50% of the population was female. Here's the problems, about 5 reasons. There's competing priorities, right? We're moms, we're domestic engineers, and it requires more commitment than I can put. I'm too busy, okay? The numbers is too much. I mean, it's too much. I wasn't good at math in school. I was good at home economics, but it's numbers driven, okay? Let alone understanding this is relationship driven business that we do. There's no entry level opportunities. I mean, when I got into the business, all they would let me do was answer the phones, and I did those very poorly, by the way. And well, you had to be administrative. So I want to get started. No one's to train me. No one's to coach me. No one's there to mentor me. Oh, the reputation of financial services is awful. You always see that someone's getting scammed. You know, it's got a black eye. I can't associate myself with something like that. And here's the real truth. The truth is, most of these women that started to pursue this business, and they had all those faults, you know what they didn't do? They didn't find Primerica. That's right. Because there's nothing like the entry-level opportunity here. We know this isn't numbers driven. This is about relationships. We talk about what's important to you and what does money have to do for you. Okay, we understand that this isn't all about, okay, you know, what happens wrong in the world. We seek what happens right in this world. And what Primerica does, 100% was right 100% of the time. We talk about how to make money, earn money, have ownership here. Do you know that you can own your business here? Why do you want to be a Primerica? Yes, you can earn a lot of money. Yes, there is opportunities for personal and professional growth. There's flexibility. All of those women in there raised children, and they never had to leave their child in an institution, not once, okay? And these kids are brilliant that they have. They're going to rule the world. They will be the next president of the United States, okay? It's a fit. It's right for us. It's what we should do. One of my favorite quotes, okay? So stop thinking about what you can do and just start running on what you know you can do. Nelson Mandela says, Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful, beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant? Who am I to be gorgeous? Who am I to be talented? Who am I to be fabulous? And why wouldn't you be? That's my message to you. God bless you, America.
Great job. Stay up here.
Let's go. Make it hot.
Okay. As always, Ms. Bond responds. If I could have our speakers come up and take a seat for our panel. And Lynn Velas also, if you would come up, another $100,000 earner that we have. Find a spot up here. We got room. We should have room for everybody. Do we have room for everybody? Yep. One more. No, one more. I'll move over, Donnie. Let me sit too. Okay. All right. So, so what we do in our broadcasts like this, at sort of this part of the program, we always have our speakers come up, and we have sort of a panel discussion. And I sort of gave you a little bit of a hint what we want to talk about, but normally, you know, it's just an impromptu thing, and we're going to ask them some questions and stuff, and to really get some insight into some more specifics. So Lynn, I'm actually going to ask you first, okay? Since Lynn is joining us up on the stage, another $100,000 earner. One of the things in the beginning of the program, I talked about, you know, how art, you know, we didn't have women in the business early on, and it wasn't until Jenny Carter came along that, you know, we started recruiting people, or recruiting women, and having so many successful women in Primerica. But from now, this is from basically your own perspectives, okay? What, I'll let you pass that mic down to Lynn there. Lynn, what, you've been in the business how long now?
17 years.
17 years, okay. Is that mic on, Judd? Is that mic on? So, again.
Hello?
Yeah, we're
Hi.
on. Okay.
17 years.
Okay. So you've been in the business 17 years, so you've seen a lot. So what have been, in your mind, you know, what have been some of the challenges that you think you've faced, you know, specifically as a woman in the business? Because, you know, in corporate world today, you know, as we saw these statistics, you know, women don't have a real high place in a lot of these corporations. So some of the things, just give us some insight on some of the things that may have affected you, you know, in a way that have been a challenge for you along the way. Anything you can think of?
Well, I think there's a lot of advantages being a woman in business that are also our disadvantages at the same time, like you were asking earlier. And one of them is multitasking. I mean, women, can we multitask? Yeah. So it's awesome that we can multitask, but at the same time, we are not focused on something specific. So we're like all over the place, multitasking everything, right? And that could be the downside too, because you have to be very specific, and men are pretty specific. They have a task, and that's it. And that's what they're doing, all right? And so I think that's one of them. And I think the other one, you know, ladies, I mean, we have a high tolerance for pain. Yes or yes? Yes. I mean, that's why women have the babies, right? That's why women go through all the women's stuff, right? Imagine, men, some of the things that women go through, the women's stuff. You can't imagine that. So at the same time, building this business, we have a high tolerance for pain, like not getting it done. You know, not getting what we need to done, and it's just painful not winning. True? True. So you sit there and you just take a bunch of pain not winning, right? So we kind of got to get out of that pain tolerance, like have less tolerance for pain maybe, you know, and start winning. Because I don't know about you, but my butt's burning all the time in this business, all the time. Even when we're winning, it feels like, you know, we're not, you know. And I love that Primerica, you know, pushes women to, you know, have it all, because I really believe that we can. We just have to focus more, not be so high tolerance for pain. And the last would be emotion. I mean, women are emotional, period, right? And that's good and bad. Listen, ladies, we have to get in touch with our emotions and be excited all the time. if you're lit up all the time, I mean, you have full control of your emotions. I know that Art William always says 90% of winning is being excited. 90. That's a huge percentage. So I believe that, we got to control our emotions, get excited. Even when things aren't going right, get excited about it, because there's something that we have to learn to get us to the next level. And, like, the great Rusty Crossan says, it's not what you get out of Primerica, it's what Primerica gets out of you. And let me tell you, it's pulling everything I got out of me, and I love it. And I'll be here forever, so that's about all I have to say.
Great. Thank you. Let's pass it to Jody. Jody, so what challenges have you had, can you think of anything as being a woman or,
Well, I mean, I think Lynn just pretty much summed it all up for us. Those are the main things. I think the benefits are raising a family in Primerica and having children in Primerica. I remember when Kara one time at a women's event said, women out there are going to work outside of Primerica. They get up at 6 in the morning. They throw their kids in the car. They're taking them to the daycare. They're going to work all day. They're coming home at 6 o'clock at night, picking them back up from the daycare, going home, making dinner, all that stuff. And people think we're crazy. You get it?
Yeah.
She's like, pick your crazy. I'll take my crazy, And she said that, we do the laundry and we're doing the dishes and we're making I had a funny story one time that I shared with the women because I like to make a lot of crock pot. I love to cook. And my family likes me to cook because my husband doesn't cook. And so it's kind of a good mix in our family. So I do a lot of crock pot meals. Well, one day I put all the stuff in and turned it on, and I was on appointments, and my husband comes home and he says, "What do you want me to do for dinner?" I said, "Well, eat what's in the crock pot." He says, "It's raw. I forgot to plug it in." So sometimes, you make some mistakes, But I would just tell you one of the benefits, I got a text from my daughter who's a senior in high school, and, girls are emotional at that time in their life, and it's really cool to be able for your daughter to come to you when they're having challenges versus going to their other peers. So she had sent me a text last night, and she's in gymnastics, and while we were at dinner, she said, "Hey, Mom, I don't know what time it is there, so I'll text you." She was talking about her gymnastics, and coach is doing this, blah, 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 how that goes. And she said, "I just want to be happy doing gymnastics again." And so because of the talk that I had today, I said, "I love you. We'll get through this. Remember that this is a test, okay? This isn't a trial. This is a test." And I said, "Read something positive before you go to bed and tell me about what you read." So she texted me back, and she said she was reading in James. This verse was good. "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." And I just was like, oh, what a blessing to have talked. And then, that's the intangibles of the business,
Joyce, pass it to Joyce. Now, Joyce, you are in a different arena than these other gals here in terms of being in the field and stuff. You travel around, do stuff, but obviously in your business or in your side of the business, when you started in 1996, I'd forgotten about John Richards. What a great man John Richards is, and as the contribution he made to Primerica. But tell us, obviously getting started back then, being an African-American woman, there had to be some challenges for you back then.
Absolutely. There's two challenges you have. You have the ones that are perceived that's outside of you, and then you have those challenges that's perceived inside of you. So at the same time when, you're great for this job, you're right for this job, you're trusting that he's right because you're not believing it yet, okay? It was a man's world in the financial services business when I kicked off in '81. It pretty much looked the same way in 1996. If you go back to my national sales meeting at Lake Basin we had just recently in 2014, it was still much dominated by men in the distribution system. There's about 8 women out of the 200 distribution. So, you know, we are getting better, but as you read the articles, it is still a long road to toe here. And number one, so it was still the competitiveness. So ladies, sometimes we feel it's not very ladylike to be competitive, okay? You know, I let the boys do that. You know, the guys, they could duke it out. It's okay, you know, if I don't need to win. I know I'm doing what's right for my family, whatever. Okay, the first thing that had to change for me was, nope, I'm going to be number one. So, you know, you could, if there's a bullseye on my back, you're looking at my back. Okay, that's fine for me. So I learned to be in the game, okay? Because I remember my mother, I remember my grandmother, I remember my aunts. You want to get, you know, the mama grizzly, you want to get that lion upset, you touch her cubs. And my grandmother was such a nice Baptist praying woman until you mess with her grandchildren, and she would come up with the school like Moses with the staff, and she'd stand there and go, I defy you to touch my child. I mean, it's the principle, Nana, right? So, but when you, right, so we are very, you cannot threaten us, but we feel we shouldn't compete. So number one, I had to get away from my own perception. And then number two, the guys didn't want to, well, we got to play nice around Joyce, you know, they got their own games. And then you go into the men's room. That's all you do, right? So what do I mean by that? You place yourself as part of the solution, not watching it. I am part of the solution. So I had to get over my fear factor or maybe timidity of competing with really, really good men in the field, and then it becomes, you know, Joyce is expected to lead the way. If we got to fight this number, we got to win our territories. Got to have to be first. You got to beat Joyce, right? So number one, it was that. About being African American, I kept forgetting that I was African American. I'm going to say why in a second, because it was such a focus on women typically don't do what we do. Or we're not as competitive. You know, I'm driving around at night. A lot of these ladies, you're going to kitchen table presentations at night. You're driving at night. You run out of gas at night. You get hungry at night. It's kind of it seems dangerous, right? You're moving around all the time. I really was focused on that. It dawned on me later when people would say, gosh, you know, I never saw an African American woman in financial services. I went, really? Really? We haven't had one around here? Don't let that be an issue. Because when someone's house is burning, I don't care if that fireman's black. I don't care if he's white. I don't care if he's Korean. He's got to bring a hose. I'm coming with a hose.
Carol. I don't know how you follow that, but bring a hose. Carol, comments.
That's great. You know, I agree with everything that you said, Joyce. That was awesome. I came from the car business, and I was really, to me, it was a natural fit. You know, I know a lot of you who know me are probably surprised. I was a tomboy growing up, and I wanted to go. I looked around and saw that men were making all the money, so I went into that, looked for that field. Went to be an electrician, you know, wanted to do anything and, you know, to make the money and that kind of stuff, and so ended up at the car business. And I became a service manager, first woman service manager at a car dealership. And again, that fit my personality well. They had a survey of, you know, how long I would last and all that kind of stuff. And I found a little thing that going around that they try to keep a secret from me. So when I saw it, I put my name at the very bottom. And as soon as I conquered that, it's like, okay, now I can do something else with my life, you know. But, you know, just coming here, you know, I saw this as a level playing field to have everything that I wanted, that there was no male-female world here. I don't view it that way at all. You know, it's level. You can have anything that you want, do anything that you want. Flexibility, freedom. And there. Can you still hear me? Okay, and especially the income part of it, which is what I was after, you know. And then when after I found this business opportunity, I did, you know, look for people who are looking to make a great quality of life. I knew I was going to be a single mom soon when I found this business, and I needed the income. I wanted a very high income so that I could do what I want with whom I want, whenever I want. And so that was how I started in Primerica. And then I looked around and found it so much greater than that. It fulfilled every area of my life. I could spend time with my child. We have a great relationship now. She's 25 years old. I can't believe it. She was 6 months when I started. You know, in every area of it, you know, spiritually, financially, physically, mentally, emotionally, every area of your life, Primerica is all that. You can have all that here. I mean, I just don't know anywhere else that you can go. So I feel I hit the jackpot when I found Primerica. And thanks to Rusty Crossing, because without you, I wouldn't have that life I have. Thank you.
I think also when I joined Primerica, I never really saw this as I didn't think that being female would be any kind of disability or detriment, and probably more so it drove me to try to compete. And I think the lesson for me was that I tried to play other people's games. I tried to play, you know, Eric DeBell, the great leader Eric DeBell. We are dear friends and competed a lot, and I would always beat myself up that our business didn't look like his business. And I think that when I finally came to terms with I needed to play my game and not his game, and I needed to lead like I lead and not like him, and we were two totally different people. And when I realized that, it was just very freeing. And so as far as a challenge goes, but I think, you know, a lot of people may have that challenge, whether you're male or female. But I've also always seen this as a level playing field. I wish there were more women in Primerica kicking butt and getting recognized, because I think we have incredible advantages that men may not when we're across the kitchen table because of how we're perceived. And it's and then I also think that, you know, sometimes my biggest challenge is me. You know, I've got to get out of my own way, and I've got to, you know, stop putting limiting beliefs on myself, or think about how I didn't do something maybe, you know, the right way or whatnot. And again, just getting out of my own way and realizing that we're all here for a reason to accomplish something big, and our stories, our paths are going to look completely different, but the end result is that we're going to end up all changing a lot of lives, starting with our own, and being able to, you know, provide something for someone. I mean, it's still 14 years later, I'm still amazed at the incredible value that we provide when we sit down with a family and we teach them the Rule 72 and the difference between whole life and term. And I mean, we change lives every single day. That's incredible. And so anyway, the challenges, you know, I don't know, Rusty. I think just maybe emotionally. The other thing that I think women may tend to do, but I think it can be a huge advantage, is that we get emotionally attached to people. I know that in our base, when someone quits, it's like a knife, you know, somebody that you've spent a lot of time with, and so the tendency could be to pull back and maybe not care about the next person as much as you care about the person before. But you can't do that, because that's what makes this company so special, and it's what makes the relationships that we build in this company so special, because we have the opportunity to pour into each other. And even if they quit, even if they decide that this is not where they're meant to be, they're a better person because of it. And you know, I have so many friends who have left the business, but they're still friends, and we still see each other, and they're still clients, and we still do things. And so I had to realize that this maybe wasn't where God intended them to be, but they were in this business for a reason. And so anyway.
I think one thing for us, and it's really not a male or female thing, is we were business owners before we came. And so any of you, no matter how new or on your worst day, would have recruited me. I don't care who you are, how old you are, what color you are, what you did before Primerica, how you got to my kitchen table. But if you were that person sitting at my kitchen table, I was in. And I think that, you know, one of the things we do to overcomplicate this business is beat up on ourselves, you know, our experience, or like, where we just need to go see more people. Yep. And if we're going to see more people, then let's maybe be as strategic as possible to, I mean, once we make a decision we're actually going to go to work,
Well, then let's be as strategic as possible, and that's probably what women are good at, is that, there's 5 things on the list at the grocery store, and I'm going to get in, get out, and get home and cook it, right? Is let's be strategic and be very clear on what we're looking for. I was very clear on what I was looking for when I came here. I was looking to make money, build a business, and get out of the massive financial hole we were in from losing a business. And you don't just work your way casually out of a mess. You got to explode out of a mess. And we were either, I'd gone back to a job temporarily, but I was miserable. And I literally, as broke as we were, I mean, the day I got my license, I quit a $30 an hour consulting job, and this was back when $30 an hour was some money, right? Because I was looking for quality of life. And so I think that, what the challenge for us was just how do we learn this thing as fast as possible? How do we build it as fast as possible? And we just got busy and had to arrange and change and schedule. And I mean, one of the things that for us was kind of an obstacle is David deployed for 9 months. So we had 2 babies, like a 3-year-old, a toddler, like a 9-month-old, and a 2.5-year-old. And he left for 9 months, and I'd already quit. I mean, we were building this thing. I think I was a district leader, and so I was essentially a single mom, and really no communication, phone, even email back then. So what we did, and this didn't make sense financially, but it didn't make sense not to do it. We hired a nanny 4 days, 3 nights a week to come live in, spend the night, an older lady, because that was the only way that I was going to be able to. And, that was the best way I could figure out to be able to work the business while he was gone. And it wasn't easy. It was just worth it. And he came back and made a decision to leave the Navy, gave up his retirement. He got out 13 years, so he didn't take Navy retirement. But I'd proven to him that it worked. And moved forward.
I think our strength is also our weakness as women. I was brought up in, I'm a baby boomer. How many of you are baby boomers? And if you're not a baby boomer, probably your parents are baby boomer. How many of your parents are baby boomers? Okay, good. That's just about everybody. But I was brought up in a generation where we were supposed to raise the kids, cook the food, do the clothes. And what I have found is women, we are perfect for this business because we raise children, and as one of our great speakers talked about, adults are just children in bigger bodies, and we're also really social beings, and we're used to being in people's business, and we're team builders. We go to the bathroom together. I mean, come on, but there's a couple of challenges that I feel that sometimes has occurred because the world hasn't caught up to us, to Primerica yet. One of the things I find is, as a woman in business, when you're tough, you're called starts with a B. A guy is seen as a great leader when he's tough. If we're in people's faces, it's not seen the same. When we're emotional, which is not a bad thing, it just means that we're so passionate that water comes out of our eyes. That's all. It's a release. It's because we're so filled with passion, it's seen as a weakness and not a strength. But I really don't care what other people think about me as much as, or women. I think our biggest Achilles heel is we start thinking the thoughts that we're told and we were sold. I know that, if I had my kids out in the evening, I'd be judged as a bad parent. They didn't see that my kids don't have to wake up at 7 in the morning to go to a school that's teaching them to sit there and behave and not be creative. But people judge women, I think, a little bit more, especially in business. So I think some of our strengths end up also as our weaknesses.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I know that this company was made for everyone. And I really admire, from my generation, the men that are strong enough to have a woman leader. Because oftentimes that's
true.
I'll never forget, we were, and I just want to put a shout out to my husband who's also watching with the grandkids. There was, someone would say, well, shouldn't I be home with the grandkids and he should be up here? And I love the fact that that's not how it has to be. We're a partnership. When we first started with this business, he was the income earner and I was the person that did all the things at the home, and through 30 years later, we switched that role. I like that I married a man that's strong enough, to be part of a team at home, not having to be the only leader of that team.
Great.
But right?
Great.
So I really appreciate that. I forgot where I was going. Sorry, there was. It was good though, right? It was good. But I know that we need everybody. I think. Oh, I know what it was. We were taught to give up and listen to people's judgments. And I think that guilt. Come on, women. Come on. We are guilt machines. We learn how to give it and take it, right? That guilt needs to be turned around, and we were taught, oftentimes, at least me, about giving up and quitting. Any of you learn how to give up and quit, right? Well, I think we should, when things get tough, I think we should give up and quit. I think we should give up and quit our guilt. I think we should quit up and give up our victimhood. I think we should quit and give up our excuses. I think we should quit and give up,
Amen.
All the negative thoughts that are in our heads that aren't real. We just bought into that belief.
Amen.
And we said it over and over and over again. We have a lot of people that supported that through the years. Now, that's not an excuse. That's just been my experience. So one of the things I challenge everyone in this room, male, female, and in between, I really feel that, it's time to give up on all these bad beliefs that we have that aren't real. They're not real. They're only real because we think it over and over and over again. We're in a new era. And it's time that we stand up, step out, and really change the world.
Way to go. Great message.
You guys are so awesome. Everybody, said it. And I think back when I was coming on board, and maybe this will help some of the millennials, we were really young. I was 20. Well, I was born here, okay. But, I think I was scared. I just saw Susan come in. Susan and we were young and Ray, that people wouldn't take me serious. You're talking to a couple, so you're talking to a husband and a wife, and the man was supposed to know about the money, and all of a sudden now I'm telling them, somebody, double my age, that they didn't make the best decisions about their money. And so I think one of the things, millennials, that we did is we worked really hard on our craft. I gave the presentation to the dog. I gave it in the mirror. The dog would run away. My niece, I just tried to practice so that when I got in front of somebody that I was intimidated by, that they would take me seriously. And so I think my age was maybe just as much a challenge. And then, so I'm thinking, okay, I'm young and I'm a woman, right? But I just said, this is how I did it. I just said to myself, but I'm going to let him know that he knows everything about football. And that was right, and I really enjoy sports. I was a PE major, and so, but I just didn't say that part. But I would just, I would just say, you know it all about sports, and I'd ask them what they did, and you know everything about your career and your craft, but there's this information about money that I've happened onto, and I felt like then in my head that they could say, okay, she can know about that, right? And that's really, so that was a challenge. So I think that the first thing was, just the age and getting your confidence, and you got to study your craft. You didn't know everything about what you do at your job now the first day. And I think the hardest thing is you come to today, and you're looking at these amazing women, and you're thinking, okay, so tomorrow I'm going to make $100,000. No, you're going to get rich, but it's not get rich overnight. You're going to have to put the time in, and you're going to have to study your craft, and you're going to have to get good at securities. For me, it's really your self-doubts is really your challenges. Another self-doubt was I was clueless about money. My family, that's one of my purposes for being here, is that my family did not know any of these concepts, and I wanted to change our family tree. But I used to call it versatile roulette. And that's where you go on Friday, see what's in there, take it out, and worry about it on Monday, right? So I knew, no one was giving a PE teacher, that worked at the shoe store their money to invest. But how I overcame that was that I'm going to teach you the concepts and the tools that Joyce has taught me. So I would say to them, aren't you glad you're not giving your money to Don Burton Investments, right? You're going to put it in a mutual fund. So I'm going to educate you about it, but the professionals are going to be working with your money. So I'll overcome that. And then the third thing, and I wanted to say this earlier, so I'm glad that Joyce brought up the fireman with the hose, is that when you go to save somebody's life financially, when they are struggling with debt, when they can't sleep, when they are in tears, when they're deciding whether to pay the Visa or the MasterCard this month, let me tell you what, they don't care what you look like, they don't care what you drive, they don't care what your education is, they don't care what your parents did, they don't care about anything because you're saving their financial butts. And without you, that is absolutely not going to happen. So if you can get the confidence to know that everybody's dying of financial cancer and you have the solution, you have the cure, man, you have the chemo, and you're bringing that to the kitchen table, get your mind off of you and put your mind on them, and you can dominate, and we will dominate Primerica when we think like that.
Outstanding. Outstanding. Okay. All right. Don actually just is sort of leading into my final point here. Okay. What I want Eve to do, and then Karen all around, and with Joyce, is the one message that you would like to give to these new young people out here that are just joining the business, just joining the company, or have been around a while. Maybe they haven't had any success. Maybe they're still thinking about it. What's the message, Eve, that you want to give?
You can do it. Anyone and everyone could win here.
You were born for this day, this company, this moment. It doesn't get any better than this. And I just want to add and thank Rusty. He partnered with our Women in Primerica, our Midwest Women in Primerica event, conference, retreat for 2 years. And his contribution, you see all the plaques and the recognition, that's cool. At our event, we had Coach purses, sunglasses, umbrellas, wallets, iPad cases, wristlets, scarves, and those were supplied by Rusty. He made that investment to us. And when you think how fun this is, we are going to do this broadcast. Rusty and Jed confirmed that they want to do this, and will do this, to do the Women in Primerica broadcast from Branson, April 17th, 18th, 19th. So to the listeners out there in the hierarchy, many of them are already registered, but there's no reason why you all couldn't catch a flight and come be a part of that, because these $100,000 a year earners are going to be there. And think about having a weekend to do securities training, because that's a huge focus of our conference, and Joyce has already put on her schedule to be there. Think about being able to work on your craft, work on growing your securities skill for a weekend, work on your presentation, work on your financial wellness, work on your leadership, your mentoring for a weekend, not just a few hours with these amazing leaders.
Great.
Go to ninelegends.com.
Great.
God doesn't make mistakes. We are here today for a reason. You're here listening to this message for a reason. You're in Primerica for a reason. And I think that the moment I realized that the impact that we could have on other people, the 23 death claims that we have delivered in our 13 years here, the impact that we have had on families paying off their homes and people being able to retire, my parents being able to retire. I think that we've got to fight through those thoughts that limit us. We've got to fight through what other people say and what other people think. Eve said it so well. If they don't think they can go with us, they're going to try to keep us from going at all. But we have to put those thoughts aside and realize that we can do this. We cannot give up. My leader, Eric Bonfilio, always used to say two things. He said, you've got to, one, make make the decision to never quit. And I think that's a very important decision to make. And once you've planted your flag and you've decided never to quit, it doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter what hurdles come our way, because you've decided that you're not going to give up. Then you just have to figure out how to get past that hurdle. So the first decision is never to quit, and then the second decision is to get after it. And that's probably where most of us are. We've got to make that decision to get after it. And regardless of what people think, regardless of what happens, regardless of the tests that we go through, we got to get after it. And don't ever give up, guys, because you were meant for greatness. You were meant to change lives. There are people tomorrow who are going to be in church down on their knees praying that someone comes into their life, right? And you're going to be in the pew in front of them. And you're going to be praying, gosh, Lord, send me some people who I can help, right? And you just got to talk to that person, because you're going to change the life when you do.
Great message.
What I would recommend doing is write down your strengths. Write down your strengths and focus only on those strengths and nothing else but your strengths, because you work. You can do this. We believe in you. You are here for a reason. And focus on nothing else but that. And you don't need to wait for anything. This is a no waiting zone. Go after it and go get the job done. And we'll see you all at the top.
Great. Lynn? Great.
One piece of advice is to talk less, do more. Be a doer. That's my advice.
That's good.
That's awesome. I would say be yourself, but also find a mentor. You have got to link up with people that are of the caliber that be who you are, but link up with someone that is a couple of steps ahead of, that can inspire you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, great.
And finally, if I could say anything, it's trust in yourself, because God does. And pay yourself, because he has paid you much. And for the young people, I want you to get rich or die trying.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. Marvelous. Thank you. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Okay. All right. Pretty dadgum fantastic, don't you think? Are we blessed or what to have these women in our wow. Well. Okay, well, you're in for a treat right now as we sort of wind down this part of the event. Do we need to turn lights off, Judd? Are we turning lights off? Is that what we need to do? You know, as I said, I tried to get Art to come to our event in Las Vegas, and wow. Okay. Anyway, you don't need to see me. I tried to get Art to come to our event in Las Vegas, and he was sort of busy and had some things going on. Excuse me. But he did agree to do a video for us. And so, as I mentioned, I sent Judd up to Highlands, North Carolina, and Judd spent an afternoon with Art. And what you're about to see is the video that we did and played last weekend in Las Vegas. You'll hear Art mention myself and Bobby Buisson since we were putting on this event. But vintage Art Williams, get ready to take lots of notes, enjoy this. It's a pretty spectacular event. Go ahead, Judd.
Appreciation of an hour.
put on us because they were controlled by the industry. As an example, they had a regulation that you could lose your license if they replaced a cash value life insurance with term. If you replaced a $10,000 whole life policy with a $100,000 term, they call that twisting. You could lose your license. But if you replaced a $100,000 term policy with a $10,000 whole life policy, they call that conversion. That was good. It was so hypocritical. It was so unconstitutional what they did with us. And my 20 years in the business, I can't remember one single day that we didn't have a major war going on with the regulators. They're trying to regulate us out of business, and all that kind of stuff. But just look at the largest, most powerful industry in the world, and little old A.O. Williams here starting in Atlanta, Georgia. But we had a dream. We had a dream that one day we were going to destroy the concept of cash value life insurance. In 1977, 90% of all life insurance sold was trash value and only 10% term. And then you look 12 years later, December 31, 1990, and had 225,000 agents in every state, in Canada, in Puerto Rico. We were number one for 7 straight years. Not only number one, but we beat number 2 provincial, number 3 national combined. There were 2,000 companies in our industry at that time, and out of the top 100 companies, 34 of our people, like Bobby and Rusty, their teams, their individual teams, 34 of our giant teams at A.O. Williams were in the top 100 of all companies. It was historic. It was impossible what we did. And what made A.O. Williams special, I want to talk to you about one thing. I'm always looking for the thing, the common denominator, the one thing. Not always the one thing, but the one thing that all these great people did to build this historic company and to build financial independence for their families for generations to come. So what I'm going to tell you about that one thing, I'm going to tell you this. It's impossible in my mind for you to win big without this one thing. Yes, you can make a living, you can get by and all this kind of crap, but I'm talking about doing something incredible, doing something that when you look back, like when you get old like me, 72 years old, and you look back at your life and you look in the mirror, people ask me all the time, what is winning to you, Art? And I best can define it by saying, when you look in the mirror, you and only you know if you did it, if you did your best, if you did something you're proud of. And when I look in the mirror and I look at what A.O. Williams did and I see Art Williams in my most private moments, I say, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of what you did. And that's what I want for you. So I wanted to look at all these great people in A.O. Williams that did something historic, that did something absolutely impossible, and try to help you find that one thing that they all did. Not almost all of them, every single one of them did. The first thing I think you need to understand is why we built A.O. Williams. We built A.O. Williams on 2 important principles. You've got to build your company on a sound foundation. Number 1, we were crusaders. We built crusaders. We were on a mission to destroy trash value life insurance. We wanted to kick Prudential's butt. We wanted to become number 1 in the largest industry in the world. Impossible goals. You got to have big goals in your life if you want to do something big. And number 2, the second principle we built A.O. Williams upon is we recruited a different kind of person. This is back to the part-timer concept. You've heard me tell my story. We built it on a part-time concept so we could recruit a different kind of person. So see, the life insurance industry back in the 50s and the 60s when I came into business, it was a full-time life insurance salesman concept that all these companies were built upon. A.O. Williams brought to the industry the part-time concept. And, full-timers, people in middle America out there, they don't see themselves selling life insurance. I mean, the only people they think that sell life insurance are low-life scum buckets that can't do nothing else for a living. A.L. Williams wanted to go into communities and recruit the best kind of men and women, people that had families and friends and respected positions, and we didn't want them to give up their full-time guaranteed jobs and, roll the dice and going into sales, and all that kind of stuff. We wanted to be a very comfortable entrance into the world of business. And so A.L. Williams recruited a different kind of person. We weren't so pretty. We weren't so smart, but we'd get after your fanny in a minute, I'll tell you that. And you know what? Look at this common denominator. This is what all the A.L. Williams Giants did. They had this attitude. Let me tell you about the attitude of all the winners in A.L. Williams. I loved it. I loved it. I didn't like it. I loved it. Folks, can you imagine, at 74 years old, I retired in 1990. I've been retired 24 years now, and I still love it. I still love it. I still love talking about Prudential, what a bunch of scumbuggets they are. I still love talking about what a screw job cash value life insurance is. I'm still talking about my daddy dying and my mother suffering financially because he was sold the wrong kind of insurance. Daddy of one of my football players coming in and asking me. I had two children, Angela, Art, and April, and he said, how much can you afford on insurance? And I said, $20 a month. He said, well, I can sell you $15,000 whole life policy. And I found out 5 years later at a family reunion from my cousin, who was an accountant, that term insurance was the only way to go. And for the same money I was paying for $15,000 trash value, I could buy a $150,000 term. And I got a mad on. I loved it. I didn't like it. See, I believe you win with your heart, not your head. You got to love it. If you love it, you can do anything. If you want to be somebody, nobody can stop you. If you want to stand for something, I love the fight. If you can still compete, if you hate your job, if you need extra income, if you've been kicked around by your teachers and your coaches and your boss and your companies and maybe even your family, but you can still believe there's something still in you, a flicker of light in you where you can still believe that you're special, that you're different, that you can be somebody, that you want to make a difference with your life. If you want to get out of debt, if you want to see the world, if you want to start your own business, if you want a bigger home, if you're tired of 9 to 5 forever, if you want financial freedom where nobody can put their thumb on you and squeeze you and you can tell the world to take a flying leap, if you live only for the weekends, if you want meaning in your life, if you want to play on a team again, if you don't mind being controversial, I love being controversial. If you want to hit somebody in the wrong color jersey, if you want to correct an injustice, I love the war. I didn't like it. I love the dadgum war. I love getting after those people in the wrong color jerseys. If you want to look in the mirror and like what you see, if you want your wife or your husband and your kids to say, I'm proud of you. If you've been screwed by the trash value industry like I was, like my mother was, and you want to pay somebody back, if you want to knock somebody down and rub their nose in it, if you want to punch their lights out, that's who we were. That's the attitude we had in business. That's what made us great. That was the spirit in A.L. Williams. There was a toughness. There was a goodness. There was a passion. We loved it. We dadgum loved it. See, how did A.L. Williams do it? How did we do the impossible? I believe we played with our heart. Coach Lombardi, the great coach of the Green Bay Packers, right before he died, he had a meeting of business leaders in Washington, D.C., and there were about 500 people there, and he told these people, he said, now, get ready. I'm fixing to tell you the secret to winning in business. And there was a hush came over the room. Everybody was silent. Everybody wanted to hear the great man tell them the secret. And Coach Lombardi said the secret to winning in business is heart power. It's heart power. You capture a man's heart, you capture the man. That's what A.L. Williams did first. We built Crusaders. We spent time early in our relationship with the new recruits, capturing their heart, making them feel good about A.L. Williams, making them feel good about Buy Term and Invest the Difference, having them understand how we can go out there and correct an injustice. See, Prudential sold life insurance for a living. A.L. Williams sold life insurance to correct an injustice. What a powerful advantage we have. See, I believe you went on emotion. I believe you went on feelings. See, people can smell a phony a mile away. See, I might not sell everybody. I might not recruit everybody. But everybody dadgum sure knows where I stand every time. I ain't no dadgum fence sitter. A.L. Williams took a stand. We took a position. Yes, people tried to pull us down, knock our heads off, say bad things about us, but that didn't matter. We knew we were right, and we took a dadgum stand. We were totally passionate, 100% passionate, 100% crusaders. That was our edge. See, A.L. Williams was not about business. It wasn't. A.L. Williams was not about making big money. It wasn't. Our people made gigantic fortunes. A.L. Williams was so much bigger than that, even so much bigger than building financial independence. A.L. Williams was the thing that A.L. Williams did that I'm so proud of is we gave our people a chance to change their life, to change their dadgum life, not just to go out and correct an injustice, not just to destroy trash value life insurance, not just to change an industry, not just to become number one in the largest industry in the world, not just to win 7 straight national championships, not to become financially independent and change your family's financial future for generations. We gave you a chance to change your life. We gave you a chance to change your life. That was why A.L. Williams was so special to me and those other 225,000 people. Hey, let me talk to you about the attitude of a winner. See, the difference in the winner and the loser. This is hard to be. The difference in being great and average and ordinary, that's scary. The difference in being great and average and ordinary is this much. People, is this dadgum much. It's so little, it's almost too scary to talk about. And this much is a special kind of mental toughness. I wanted to beat Prudential so bad, it was unbelievable. I wanted to destroy cash value insurance so bad, it was unbelievable. I wanted to pay those jokers back for what they did to my mama and what they did to me and Angela so bad, it was unbelievable. You gotta be a fanatic. You gotta develop a special kind of mental toughness. This much is a special kind of desire. Folks, I don't know why I'm like I am, but my butt's always burning. You know, I always want to do more. You know, I can't ever recruit enough people. I can't ever build enough RVPs. I can't ever make enough money. I can't ever save enough money. Dadgummit, you gotta be a fanatic. That's the difference. Just that little edge. You gotta have a special kind of hunger to be somebody. You got to have a special kind of hunger to be somebody. I wanted to be somebody. I wanted Angela and my kids and my grandbabies and now my 5 great-grandbabies. I wanted to look at me and say, man, he was different. He was special. I'm proud of my husband or my daddy or my papa. Now, I'm talking to you about this edge. This thing right here. The difference between great and average and ordinary. You know, let me talk to you about the attitude of a winner, how those A.L. Williams people did it, how they did the impossible. And the attitude of a winner is, just give me a chance. All I want's a dadgum chance. A chance to prove that I'm a stud, that I'm a winner, that I'm special. All I want's a chance. Just give me a dadgum chance. See, I knew when I joined this business full time, I knew most people weren't going to do it. I knew when I founded A.L. Williams that 98% of the people weren't going to do it. I knew that people like me, a football coach with a PE degree, most people like me are not supposed to do it. Hey, can you imagine Art Williams now going downtown, let's say Atlanta, Georgia, applying for a job at one of these big fancy companies that have one of these big towers downtown, big famous company, and I walk in the door and I say, where's the personnel office? And they take me to the personnel office and they say, well, what are you here for? And I say, I'm here to apply for a job. And the lady says, well, what job are you here to apply for? I said, well, what's the top job in this company? And she says, well, it's the president. I said, well, that's what I want to be, the president. Give me an application. And she said, well, what's your background? I said, well, I'm a football coach with a PE degree. And she says, well, throw up. You got to be kidding me. You think somebody like you could be president of this big famous company? You got to be kidding me. See, no big company would hire somebody like me and give me a chance to go to the top, to do my own thing. You know, and I ain't nothing but a dadgum double stud. See, the A.O. Williams people were so dadgum frustrated and mad about being put down for all these people, these companies, these bosses, these people trying to make us feel like we're supposed to be a peon, that we might be good enough to be a little district manager, you know. But they want to put a ceiling on our head, on our opportunity because of who we are, where we came from. A.O. Williams wanted to blow that ceiling up. All we wanted was a chance. At A.O. Williams, we gave you a chance. We gave you a chance. See, A.O. Williams wouldn't beg you to do it. A.O. Williams wouldn't wait for you to do it. See, this A.O. Williams train, folks, has already left the station. See, we ain't going to wait for you. We ain't going to beg you. He said, see, we've left it. This train's gone. We had started a war. The fight had already started. We were going to kick Prudential's butt with or without you. We were going to change an industry. We were going to do the impossible. If you wanted a chance, we're going to give you a chance, but you better jump on board. See, so far now, when I'm talking about this much, the key, the difference, the one thing that 100%, not almost everybody, but 100% of all the winners did at A.O. Williams. See, I hadn't talked yet about products. I hadn't talked about commission. I hadn't talked about Primerica. You see, products don't win for you. Compensation don't win for you. Primerica don't win for you. A.O. Williams don't win for you. Your RVP don't win for you. Training don't win for you. The key to winning is you. It's your passion. It's your belief. It's you. It's all about you. You got to love it. You can't like it. The greatest definition of a winner I ever heard is almost everybody can stay excited for 2 or 3 months. A few people can stay excited for 2 or 3 years, but a winner will stay excited forever. See, you can't ever lose your passion. Can you believe it? 72 years old, retired, 24 years, and I still love it? I still love the fight. I still love what A.O. Williams stood for. You can't ever lose the passion. A.O. Williams was built to give you a chance to change your life. To change your life, folks. How important is that for somebody like you that came from where you came from? With your background, with your education, who out there is going to give you a chance to do something gigantic? But it's up to you. You got to get tougher. You got to get more committed. You got to get more determined. You got to work harder. You know, I want you to have better products. I want you to get more commission. I think that's Primerica's responsibility to give you a competitive edge out there. But none of that crap matters if you ain't ready, if you ain't doing the right things. Listen to this, folks. If you don't change, let me tell you something scary. Just look at the past. Go look in the dadgum mirror, and your future is going to be just like your past. Ain't that scary? Ain't that scary?
And you know what? You know what? Most of you are probably saying right now, Art, this is a pile of it. Art, I didn't come to Vegas to listen to this crap. Well, you know what? Don't let the door hit you in the dadgum butt. Don't let the door hit you in the dadgum butt. We'll put a dadgum uniform on you. We'll give you a dadgum chance. But if you're a dadgum pansy, we'll run you off. Or we'll make it so dadgum tough you'll quit. See, you know what? Most of you are probably saying right now, I came to Vegas to learn how to prospect, to learn how to recruit, to learn how to build a big base shop, to learn how to get referrals, to overcome objections, how to close a sale, how to make $1 million. And you know what? If that's what you want, go to Tom Hopkins. Go to all these sales trainers. Go to Tony Robbins. Go to Harvard and get your dadgum MBA. See, you know what? I'm just a dadgum old football coach. But I did it. And I saw thousands and thousands and thousands of other people that did it. And I know what it takes to win because I did it. I won. I'm a dadgum winner. And see, you know what I do as a coach? You know what I do as a new recruit? See, I don't deal with all this stuff these sales trainers teach you first and all this kind of crap, okay? See, I deal with your heart first. I deal with your passion first. I deal with your attitude first. See, all the other business crap is easy. Any dum-dum can get a license. There ain't nothing special about that. Any dum-dum can learn how to recruit and sell and give a presentation and all the business stuff. That's easy. What I want to know first is how much you love it, how much you want it, how tough you are. Can I trust you? Can I count on you when we're in that foxhole out there fighting the enemy? Will people believe in you? Will people follow you? And you know what? You know what? That's A.O. Williams. That's A.O. Williams. You just heard it. That's A.O. Williams. That's who we were. That's all it is. We didn't know nothing about business. We didn't have no money. We didn't have no backup. You know, all we had was this. And then I found out that all that other stuff, you'll get it. You'll get what you need. Primerica will give you everything you need. But if you don't have this, there ain't no hope. You got to love it. You got to be passionate. And you can't ever lose it. The reason we kicked Prudential's butt. The reason we became number one. The reason we changed an industry. The reason we produce more $100,000 earners and more millionaires in our era than any other company is we loved it more than the enemy. We loved it more than Prudential. We wanted it more than Prudential. A.L. Williams was just plain tougher, more committed, meaner, wouldn't quit than those folks in the wrong color jerseys. See, the bottom line is we trained A.O. Williams people to kill trash value life insurance. In 1977, 90% of all life insurance sold was trash value, only 10% term. In 1990, 90% of all life insurance sold was term and 10% trash value. We changed an industry. We changed the largest industry in the world. With people like me, people like Rusty, people like Bobby. Folks, it's all about your passion. You got to love it. You can't ever stop loving it. And you got to find people that love it. So the first part of this much is your passion. Now, the second part of this much, the difference between being great and average and ordinary, is building trusting relationships. Now, how do you build trusting relationships? I believe there are two keys. Number one, you must show your people you really care about them. I mean, really care about them, really love them. You hurt when they hurt. You cry when they cry. I mean, you build strong personal relationships with them and their family and their dreams. You care about them. You really do, and you show it. You don't just care about them. You show them that you care about them. How do you show you really care? By spending time with them. Let me give you an example. The recruiting process. You know, at A.L. Williams, we don't throw a lot of crap up against the wall like most companies. Some stick, some don't. You know, the recruiting process is 8 to 10 hours. The first interview is 1 hour. You know, the opportunity meeting is an hour or two. The second interview is another hour. Then you do 3 field training sales, another 3 or 4 hours. You bring them to dinner to your home. You go out, take them to a ball game. You play golf. You know, the whole recruiting process, you're building these crusaders, is 8 or 10 hours. You don't just recruit somebody and say, sick them. You got to build crusaders. Another example. Folks, now, I never in 20 years made a sale on the first interview. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in pressure. I used to tell people when I first went in the house, I said, look, take your hand off your pocketbook. I'm not here to sell you anything. I don't believe in selling on the first interview. I want to build a relationship first. I want that person, that family, that husband and wife to trust me, to feel good about them. So I tell them my personal story. I let them know I was just like them. I'm not there to say anything. And then at the end of my first presentation, I offer to pick up their policies and financial information, and I'll take it back and I'll study it and I'll prepare an analysis and a comparison and take it back to them. And you spend time. I never made a sale on the first interview. Now, I know I've heard so many Primerica people say, well, Art, that was back then where everybody had cash value life insurance. Now they don't have it, and we need to sell them on the first interview so they got protection when I leave. Bull. All I know is A.L. Williams had 225,000 people. We were number one in the industry way up here, and y'all are way down here. For 20 straight years, we grew. And I wish y'all could grow. If it's just a little bit, dadgummit, grow. It takes time. You've got to spend hours building crusaders. Don't sell on the first interview. Build these trusting relationships. And the only way you do that is by spending time. In building trusting relationships, you gotta have ability. I call this a coach's heart, but you got to have the ability to always look for the good in people. I've met very few people in my life that don't have some goodness in them. But they've been so beat up, they've been so put down that they forgot what it was like to believe in themselves, to believe that they grew up a dreamer in high school. When they were young, man, they wanted to go conquer the world, but then they got dumped out in the big bad world, and people start lying to them and screwing them and use them, and they just gradually lost their ability to dream and to hope. You got to become an expert on finding that goodness. And you sell hope and opportunity. That's what all the giants did in A.O. Williams. We didn't sell life insurance and investments. We didn't, by term invest the difference was our crusade, but dadgummit, we sell hope and opportunity. We gave people a chance to feel good about themselves again, to get excited about something again, to go out and hit somebody in the wrong kind of jersey, on the wrong color jersey again. Praising your people. You got to become an expert on praising your people. It's got to be spontaneous. It's got to be a way of life. Write letters. I'm a great letter writer. I still don't have a cell phone. I still can't text nobody, but I'm a great letter writer. I think for the last 40 years, I've written a letter almost every day to somebody telling them I love them. I'm thinking about them. I'm proud of them. You got to know everybody's first name on your team. You do T-shirts. Went back when we didn't have any money to do recognition. You got to be real creative. We became famous for doing T-shirts. Put hero across it, and you give it out for recognition, or I am somebody, or I am a stud. See, nobody wants a boss. Listen to this, folks. Nobody wants a boss. You've got to understand human nature. You've got to understand the hurt that people are in out there, how they're suffering out there, how they've been beat up and put down. And I don't care what anybody says, the economy is worse today than it's ever been. My grandbabies that are graduating from college today, their future looks bleaker. It hates like crap than it's ever been. And A.O. Williams was one bright, shining star out there that would give people a real chance to really do something, to stand out above the crowd out there. See, nobody wants a boss. Everybody hates bosses. Nobody wants a boss. But everybody needs a coach. See, coaches believe to get the best out of people, you got to learn how to praise them. It's got to be spontaneous. It's got to be an all-the-time thing. Bosses believe you get the best out of people by criticizing them, by threatening them, by intimidating them. Bull. Coaches have the ability. You've got to develop the ability as a leader if you want to do something great and produce people that do something great. You've got to have the ability to look inside the person and find their hopes, to find their dreams, to find their strengths. And then you take those and you build them up. You make them feel special. Folks, if you want to win big, you got to do the big things, the important things. It's Mickey Mouse getting a license. It's Mickey Mouse learning to recruit people. You know, all the business things. Anybody can do that. But you understand what I'm talking about? All this crap here. This is what makes, this is the dadgum difference between winners and losers. And you know what, Rusty and Bobby? Angela has a fit when I do this. She said, Art, you look like you're mad. I wish you could just talk like a civilized human being. I mean, you get up there and you start screaming and hollering and all that kind of stuff. Dadgummit, that's what made us different. I love it. I'm tough. I'll fight y'all. You want to fight me? Bring your dadgum lunch, Prudential, because we'll fight all day, all tomorrow, and all the next dadgum day. I'm in this thing to win. This is not Mickey Mouse. This is not playtime. We don't play nice. We play to win. If you're in the wrong color jerseys, we're going to knock your butt off. So I don't know. I don't know where, you know, Primerica's probably too professional for this. I mean, y'all have tried to clean this thing up probably, you know. You don't talk like this anymore. Yeah, I don't know. And I'm only saying that because I look at the dadgum numbers. Y'all are way down here, and we were way up here, so y'all ain't doing something right, okay? And I think it's the heart things. I think it's the heart things. I think so many people in Primerica are in it for the money. They're in it for the business. Nothing wrong with that, but that ain't first. That ain't the most important things. This is what always, hey, you see this? You see this? This is all heart stuff. We built Crusaders. To win big, you got to become a coach. You got to become an expert on praising people, an expert on recognition. See, coaches sell hope. Coaches sell dreams. Bosses sell insurance. Bosses sell investments. Bosses are always talking about how much money you can make. Coaches are always talking about winning in life, having a great family, having great character, having a great work ethic, having good morals, becoming financially independent. Coaches are like a dadgum magnet. People are drawn to them like bees to honey. You know, at A.O. Williams, we created this atmosphere. I used to talk about to all those 225,000 A.O. Williams people. I said, folks, don't take for granted this incredible, powerful culture. It's like a big old cocoon that we built around A.O. Williams, where everything is positive. Everything is go, go, go. Everybody wants you to win. Everybody was a cross-pollination in A.O. Williams. Rusty was talking to Bobby's group. Bobby was talking to Rusty's group. Jenny was talking to Bob Turley's group. And on and on and on. Everybody wanted everybody at A.O. Williams to win. We were a team. We were in a dadgum war against Prudential and against the industry. We created this incredible cocoon. Let me tell you something. It's got to be in your house too. It's got to be with your kids and your grandkids. I want you to put this on this sums up A.O. Williams. It's got to be a way of life. Praising people, looking for the good things in people, creating an environment that's totally positive, totally excited, totally, you can count on me. I'll be here especially when it's tough. I ain't ever quitting. I ain't ever going to lose faith in you. I don't care how tough it gets. I'm here to fight with you until the end. This morning, I walked through Angela's room as I was fixing to leave to come down and tape this thing. My 6-year-old granddaughter, Evie, my oldest of 7, 6 years old, she left this on Mama Too's. That's Angela. That's what they call her, Mama Too. She left this on her mirror on her desk. I love you, Mama Too. I love you, Mama Too, so much that I cannot stand it. Love, Evie. That's A.O. Williams. That's this much. That's why we were up here and y'all are down here, because we loved it. We created this culture that was so positive. And people just knew we were going to give them a chance. And they just wanted some company to give them a dadgum chance and to be there to fight with them. And we're going to fight with you. We ain't going to let you down. We're going to be there for you, especially when times are tough. How did we beat Prudential? Prudential sold life insurance to make a living. A.O. Williams gave people a chance to change their lives. I'm going to go through just a couple of business things real quick, because we did have great business principles at A.O. Williams. We had a great foundation. It wasn't any Mickey Mouse company. We always got better. We always come out with better products, better commissions, better things for our people to use in the field across the kitchen table. Let me just give you a few examples. And you got to build your business on strong foundations. We had 5 fundamental business foundations we were built upon. Number 1, we built Crusaders first. I used to spend hours. You can't be around me and not get energized. I'm going to electrify your butt. If I recruited you like I recruited Rusty and Bobby in the business, I built Crusaders. I spent whatever time it was for them to love it like me. I wish I had time to tell you my personal story and how much I loved it. And that's what carried me through the tough times. We built Crusaders first, and Crusaders die hard. Number 2, we sell buy term and invest the difference 100% of the time. We love being controversial. A lot of people, they can't stand being controversial. Angela don't like the controversial part of it, I love it. I love it. Number 3, we recruit part-timers because we get better quality people. That's the reason we did it. And it was the most efficient way to bring people into business. I'll talk about that in just a second. Number 4, we train in the field. It just breaks my heart to see people send people to these field trainers, and the new recruits are paying these $200 to go to hear this professional sales trainer, and then they spend another few $100s on their books and tapes. And you're screwing your people so bad. There's so many reasons not to do it. It just breaks my heart. See, I wouldn't let that happen in A.O. Williams. We didn't do that. The only kind of training we did is in the field. One of our foundational principles is you learn best by doing it. I want you to watch a stud do it. Your upline, do it. And number 5, you do it first. A.O. Williams was built on being a leader, and leadership is showing people, not talking it, showing people how to do it. If you want your people to recruit, you recruit first. If you want your people to make money, you make money first. You do whatever you want your people to do first. Show them the way. Don't talk it. The A.O. Williams motto is right is always right. That was our philosophy. Right's always right. It ain't almost always right. Right is always right. We studied this business before we founded A.O. Williams, and we built this on rightness. We never had to back in the door. We never had to worry about somebody coming in and proving that we screwed people like the cash value industries screwed people. Right is always right. That was a foundational principle. We believed at A.O. Williams we had to have a competitive edge. We looked at the industry. We saw the most powerful industry in the world. We saw people that were spending, companies like Prudential, New York Life, Northwestern Mutual, all those crap heads, spending hundreds of millions of dollars on advertising, all that kind of stuff. We didn't have any money. So what we did is we tried to take all the cost out of the product and take them to the kitchen table, because nobody liked life insurance agents. We were going to take them to the kitchen table where they were weak and we were strong, because we dealt with warm markets. I never called cold anybody on the telephone. I never knocked on a stranger's door. I always dealt in a warm market. I'd go recruit an influential person in a community, and then we'd go talk to their friends, and then I'd recruit their friends and help them build a team, and then we'd go talk to their friends. And that's the way we spread all over the United States, in Canada. We took the enemy to the kitchen table, and we made two promises. When we sat down, I said, I promise you this: if I can't give you the same protection you now have and cut your cost 70 to 80%, we're not talking about little money. We're talking about thousands and tens of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. If I can't give you the same protection you now have and cut your cost 70, 80%, or take the same dollars you're now spending and give you 8 to 10 times more protection, I don't deserve your business. Now, how do we do that? I mean, there's a lot of things, but let me just give you 3 examples. In advertising, Prudential spent $68 per policy advertising, floating that rock down the river. A.O. Williams spent 4 cents. As I always said, you know, I spent my 20 years trying to find who spent that 4 cents, and I was going to fire them. And number 2, the cost of coming full-timers. You know, they believed in hiring somebody full-time and giving them a salary, the competition, the enemy that is, and giving them an office and giving them a secretary and giving them a desk and giving them a telephone and giving them a chair to sit in and all that crap. And Equitable ran an ad in the New York Times one day, full-page ad, that said they spent $150,000 per agent. A.O. Williams spent nothing. We'd go give people a chance, an opportunity, and you had to pay for your own dadgum license. But see, good people would do that. And what we did is we took that cost of all those full-timers and that chair and that telephone and that carpet on the floor and that air conditioning. We took all that cost out of the product, and we took it to the kitchen table, and we reduced the cost of the product, and we killed them. And we had one product. We sold one product. We streamlined this thing. This is one of my favorite pieces. This is worth millions to me. This is Prudential's rate book, 170 pages. I think, no, 167 pages. And this is A.O. Williams' rate book, 1 page. Ain't that something? See, we streamlined this thing. Right is always right. We made it simple. We dealt with the heart. We dealt with important things. And our competition dealt with the business things, the advertising, the products, the compensation, sales aids, all that kind of crap. We did that too, but that was secondary. See, the key to winning, to being the best you can be, is this much. It's this much. You got to love it. And you can't ever stop loving it until you get out of it. You got to love it. You owe that to your people as a leader. You got to be passionate. You win with your heart, not your head. You got to love it. You got to love it. You got to love your people. It's not good enough to love your people. You got to show your people that you love them. And the way you show your people that you love them is spending time with them. You got to spend time. We're not throwing a lot of crap up against the wall. We're giving people a chance to change their life. Give them a chance to change your life. Spend your time doing the important things. I love you guys.
Get your magic
you've never heard art before, we call that baptism by fire right there. Thanks for being patient with us today. We've had a longer than normal broadcast than we normally do. Judd's going to roll the last few slides here. At the end of the meeting, we always do our recognition for the quarter. Ray, I know I'll turn it back over to you when we're done with this. But it's been a great pleasure having all of you here. Ladies, just an outstanding job. Again, thank you. Can't thank you enough. Our next broadcast is actually going to be in October. It'll be from Dallas, Texas. Should have a good show down there also at that time. Looking forward to doing our next Women in Primerica broadcast from Branson, Missouri in April of next year. We'll make sure we put that on the calendar and talk more about that. But it's been a great time. Sue, Ray, thank you for your hospitality as always. You guys are great leaders and we appreciate you more than you know. Judd, you did another awesome job. By the way, Judd produced that video, just did a fantastic job with art. Okay, so Judd, if you're ready, we'll just run. This is our third quarter recognition. Now remember, we got a lot of stuff going on. We got contests and stuff. This gives you an idea where we are. So thank you, folks. We'll see you here in a little bit. This will just run, and then we'll be done. Thank you. Great.
Thank you. That was amazing.
Thank you. Thank you for taking your time to come.
Oh my God.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Yeah. Great. Oh, great. Thank you for the commitment. Oh, it was fun.
So fun.
Yeah. doing? Okay.
You want to be in the middle.
Okay.
We want you in the middle. Here's the middle. Come on. The middle's right here, Rusty.
We got Kara coming. Got one more.